Panchmi Kandarkar, and I bring to you Big Little Stories where we navigate complexity in children's literature. Can we have a huge round of applause for our panelists? Joining us today is Menaka Ramam, who mastered the art of telling stories that speak to children and young adults alike. Her recent novel, How to Win an Election, a most unreliable guide, bagged the 2024 Attagalata Bangalore Literature Festival Book Prize. And another title of hers, Loki Takes Guard, won the 2021 Value of Words Awards. Please give a big hand and welcome the wonderfully witty storyteller, Menaka Ramam. Our second guest is a writer who brings myth and magic to everything she creates. Her work span poetry, fiction, children's literature, and even a graphic novel. You may know her from The Queen of Jasmine Country, or her award-winning collection, The High Priestess Never Marries, or her children's books like The Amuchi Puchi. Let's put our hands together to welcome the award-winning storyteller, Sharanya Manivanan. Moderating this panel today with us, we have a writer, an editor, and a mentor. Her work includes Paranormal Romance, Unsettled, The Search for Love and Meaning, The Practical, Complete Guide to Job Placement, and the Young Authors Anthology, Footprints on the Moon. Please welcome the woman who wears many hats and carries them all with grace, Nilima Vinod. May I request our panelists to start the discussion?
Thank you so much for the question, Nilima, and I just want to say it's such a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me here. To respond to your question, making work for different age groups does have its challenges, but for instance, Mermaids in the Moonlight and Incantations Over Water, they came from the same universe. And it was just a matter, in some cases, of telling the same story, but with a different approach. There are many stories in Mermaids in the Moonlight which have darker themes, but they're told in a manner which is sensitive, which doesn't impose on the child the themes that the story actually contains. But that same story would later be explored in Incantations Over Water with more depth, with more judgment, with more analysis perhaps. So it's a series of choices that one keeps making. I am not primarily a creator of children's books. I'm primarily somebody who writes for adults. And writing for children is special, but it's not at all easy. Because children are intuitive, they know their likes and dislikes very, very strongly. And you must never ever condescend to them. So one thing that many people believe is that just because you write for adults, you can easily write for children. I have been much more terrified of writing for children than in any book I have ever written for adults. Yeah. The first children's book of mine, the Amuchi Puchi, was something that I wrote, I want to say 2009 or 2010. It wasn't published for 5 or 6 years because my work, even for children, can be described as verbose. So it doesn't fit into standard formats easily and therefore does not have an easy publishing journey. But what I learned is that when it was eventually published, a children's book is always, always a book for all ages. So whether that's, you know, a toddler or an elderly person, or all of us here who raised our hands when we were asked if we spent time in the children's section at the library, every children's book is for all ages. So keeping that in mind, somehow it leads the way, and kids understand a lot more than, you know, what you think they're going to get. They have so much curiosity. I don't know if I can explain it better, but I think just having a sense of respect for my audience, and I will be honest, I don't always have a sense of respect for my adult readers. They can handle anything, but for kids, absolutely, yeah.
Yes, and by the same logic, when we go to Menaka's books, she writes brilliant stories like How to Win the Election, which is such a fun fill, right? And then you have Gappu Kandas, which is again for children, but much younger children. So, what do you keep in mind when you are navigating this shift in your voice?
So I started out writing picture books. That is where I spent the first few years as a writer. And I think, as Sharanya said, it is really hard because very often publishers will say, you have 200 words if it's a book for the very youngest of readers. Pratham Books, for example, will do level 1 books, 200 words to tell an entire story about not being able to dance. And then I get 30,000 words to tell a story if it's for a middle grade reader or for a young adult reader. So I think for me, what I'm always keeping in mind is my reader having a good time? I like writing really fun books. I don't, though sometimes people come back and find slightly more serious themes in the things I've written, my basic desire as a writer is for my reader to enjoy the experience of reading what I've written for them. So I think I'm always keeping that in mind. And you know, Amuchi Puchi is a beautiful book which explores, you know, ideas of family, of loss, so beautifully and so sensitively. And the fact is that when you write for children, whether it's a picture book, it's a chapter book, middle grade, young adult, these are books which explore either very fun, silly themes, light-hearted themes. They explore grief, they explore mental health, illness, abuse in the family. You've got now such an amazing range of books on various topics for children in India today. And I think it is always keeping in mind your reader. Like Sharanya said, it is not thinking that it's easy to write for kids, or I have to simplify this for children. I have to dumb this down because my reader is 6 or 7. Your 6 or 7-year-old reader, 2 pages in, if they don't like what you've written, your book is going to be set aside for something else. So I think it's always really keeping in mind who you're writing for, what it is that, you know, I don't even think what it is that you want them to get out of a book, because I've had kids come and tell me all sorts of things about, you know, what they've read of mine and what they've taken away from it. But I think really keeping your reader in mind and doing them justice, and for me, ensuring they have fun.
Been erasure. At least the textures of those things are there. And it was very important to me to bring Batiklo culture into English language literature, where it was not well represented. I would not say well represented, but underrepresented. But when it came to incantations over water, magic, just magic. I really let my imagination run in a way that I didn't for the children's book, which some people may find counterintuitive. In this case, dreams were not a big part of how any character came to me. They have been for other books of mine. But intuitive guidance, certainly. And not getting frustrated when I found that I couldn't find stories. I refused to let that, it took years, but I just refused to let that be the point at which I gave up my, it wasn't even a project, it was personal for me.
Doesn't talk about fantasy. She goes right into the real world, which I really like. So when I read How to Win an Election, I was really excited about how these children are interacting. And I was wondering, how do you actually infiltrate a child's mindset? Because today children are so difficult to decipher. They have their own world, they live in their small circles, and it's beyond adults. So how did you manage to get into their world?
First of all, I have 2 teenage kids at home. So, I think a lot of my own writing and the audiences I write for and what I want to write about, though they don't always like it, is drawn a lot from the conversations we have, things that they say, sometimes very throwaway things. So How to Win an Election started because right before the pandemic hit, they came home from school one day, and their school has school elections every year for middle and high school. And they came home and said, there is a smear campaign against one of the candidates, and someone else is bribing voters in the school. And they were really, really invested in this entire process. And I found that really just amazing. A smear campaign in like middle grade is just brilliant, I thought. And then I also already had the villain's name. I had a name for a villain that I had wanted to use for a very long time. So I said, okay, I'm going to try and write this book. But I think also, if you can remember what it was to be a child yourself. Someone asked me the other day, how do you write for a child? You are not a child anymore, which is, yes, a good point. But I remember what it was like to be 8, 10, 13. I remember that sense of injustice that young people have, that, we're telling them what to do all day long and how to do it and when to do it, and that their lives are not really in their own control until they all come to college and, run away from their parents, I suppose. But, so I think if you remember what that's like, what it is to have your first crush, what it is to hate your maths teacher passionately, what it is to be humiliated in front of your friends or fight with your friends. I think those are all things that, I'm 45 this year. I can still remember those feelings from when I was in school. So I think and whether, you grew up in the 80s or the 90s, or it's 2024 and you're going to school and, I didn't have Discord, the emotions are the same. The context might change, the language might sometimes change, but the core emotions that children feel today, express today, what they go through, are still what we all went through. It's that rite of passage of growing up. So I think that is something that I keep in mind. Like I said, my kids are very brutal with feedback. My son told me in the car over here on the way that your hair doesn't look so great. So, when they read what I have written, they are very, very brutally honest. They'll say things like, no one talks like that anymore, and we don't use that word now. So that's also a really great kind of barometer for me to have. But I think, just to remember what it was like to be a kid. I think for me, a lot of my work stems from that, some kind of an emotion, some kind of a feeling that I can identify with. I think when I'm very lucky, I get to go into schools and libraries and classrooms, and I get to read to kids and talk to them and things like that. I'm always very surprised with who they like in the books I write and who they don't. I wrote a book called Loki Takes Guard. That was my first novel about a girl who wants to play cricket. And a lot of kids came up to me and said, I wouldn't want to be friends with her. She's a real pain, And of course it hurts because that's your main protagonist and you're very fond of this person, this character you've created. But I think, or even in the election book, just how people reacted to Sachin and Minnie and what their thoughts were about them and who they liked more and who they didn't. Or they're very brutally honest. A lot of kids liked Sachin. Minnie is like this front bencher, very A-type, anxious, overachieving, kind of a person. So they were like, oh, she's exhausting. But I think most people liked Sachin a lot, which is, yeah. Okay.
Now we talked about what inspires the writers. What is painful for the writers when you are writing and illustrating? What are the challenges that you face in executing your vision?
So Mermaids in the Moonlight, as you know, I both wrote and illustrated, and I had been drawing and painting for a long time, but by hand. But I realized that going digital was probably beneficial in terms of keeping, keeping the material safe and being able to do a lot of things which take a lot more time if you do it manually. I'm not a tech person at all. So let's say that there was a learning curve with using software. So that was an initial challenge, but I found that the pleasure that I was getting from creating was no less than when I used to paint by hand. So that made a difference. It wasn't painful, and in fact, I enjoyed it so much more in some cases than the writing. And one thing that I learned about myself as a creative person was when it came to the final edits for page design, and I valued the art over the words. I was like, just take the paragraph off. It's okay. It doesn't matter because I don't want to lose any of the art. So that transition from being a writer, being only a writer, and then to also being an illustrator, was for me creatively very, very satisfying. So there are always painful things when it comes to creating, and that varies, I think, from project to project. And my work tends to be quite serious, unlike Menaka's, which is fun and uplifting. But I'm quite sure that even for you, the process has its own ups and downs.
What is painful? God, it's a really boring answer. I guess it's finding time, to sit and write. It is knowing in that draft that, so my first drafts are horrible. They usually have things like I'll write and then I'll say, put something funny here. Or I'll say, this doesn't make sense, or this is a terrible idea. And these are notes to myself for when I go back and work on the second draft. But I think, till that story has really taken shape in your head. I'm not a big planner. For the writers here, some of you might like to obsessively detail and do outlines and do character sketches and have everything down, and you know exactly what it is that you're going to write when you sit to write that first word. I will do some version of that, but then it's a little half-baked, so then somewhere I know I'm going to get stuck. But it's the whole process of writing is both joyous and painful. I think it's, now there are words like flow state and stuff like that when you're writing. But I think there comes a point in your story where it's easy, and until that point, it's just not. It's like going to the dentist and having your teeth pulled out. It's painful, you want to avoid it. You would rather go to the gym and work out than write because that seems like a more pleasurable activity. I don't know, but yeah. And then of course, editing is an entirely different, the next stage of that, and that whole conversations that come from that is both pleasure and pain. I wouldn't say anything is entirely painful. I would say it's a good kind of pain that you have to be a certain kind of masochist to enjoy, I suppose, so. Oh gosh. So I think for me, it's not even a challenge. What I keep in mind when I write for all my readers, and especially when I write for, say, middle grade readers, or what we now call chapter books, so that is children who have just started to learn to read and are reading independently. I'm well aware that the world is full of distractions, which are, endless scrolling, YouTube shorts. There's all sorts of things that they can be doing rather than reading my book. So it's a huge privilege that, a child somewhere has decided that they're going to spend time on my book. But I think for me, when writing a mystery or writing a detective novel or any kind of novel is, am I keeping as much as I can with words on a written page and no video, no GIF, no meme, can I keep the attention of that child on the page for as long as possible? I think that is something that I'm always keeping in mind. I think with picture books, it is really hard. You have 200, 300 words. I think the longest I've gotten for a picture book it was an illustrated book of 2,000 words on science and Mars and things like that. I always just write out whatever I want to write, and then it's going back in and doing that whole editing and deletion process. Picture books are great because, of course, the illustrator will step in and they will tell a part of the story that is either not reflected in your words or support your words, and that's a really wonderful partnership to have with an illustrator. But I think for me, it's always like, I want to keep this reader's attention for as long as I can before they have to go for class or study or their phone is beckoning them or whatever it is. So for me, that is always what I'm keeping in mind when I'm writing. So to keep it very tight, to keep it very interesting, I use a lot of dialogue. I don't do very descriptive writing. There's a lot of dialogue, a lot of chatter in the books I write. So yeah, those are.
There's a lot of difference in styles. Here it's a very dreamy flow state. Here it's much more grounded, rooted, and full of dialogue. So it's really lovely. One question I have is that many of you youngsters want to become writers. So what is it that you need to know about the Indian publishing landscape when you were starting out?
So actually, Menaka's had books out much more recently. I think she would be better placed to speak. Yeah.
So I think one is, please make sure you have day jobs, okay? Please make sure you have a job, or you marry someone or live with someone who has a lot of money and can bankroll your writing career, or parents who would like to give you a lot of money and support you in your endeavors, okay? This is, children's publishing especially is not high paying. The royalties are very, very small. The advances are small, and then, you know, being able to go into reprints and things like that depends on many things. So from a children's publishing point of view, if there is anyone here who wants to publish books, write and publish books for children, is that it is a small industry. There are, of course, the big three. There is Harper, Hachette, Penguin. Then there are some fantastic independent publishing houses in the country today which are doing amazing work as well. There are brilliant editors who are really hungry, looking for great books for children, and who are willing to sit and work with you and edit you and make your book the best possible book that it can be. But the kind of economics of publishing are such that, you know, I know we all want to be the next, have that J.K. Rowling, I don't know if she's not in favor, so maybe not the best example to give, but we all want that big, wonderful, magical kind of, you know, being discovered and making a lot of money and doing all that. I wish I could say it was like that for everyone, but it's really not. So there are now, agents are, of course, on the rise in India, because I think just the sheer volume of publishing houses before, you know, we had like, I think, Kanishka is one agent that I know of, but now literary agencies and agents are really up and coming. So you would probably be well placed to have an agent for your finished manuscript or for your outline if it's a nonfiction book. The chances of that being read by an editor are much higher. But I think really the most important thing that I would say is please be a reader first. I think that is something that I cannot overstate enough. Please read what is being published in your genre, outside of your genre. I loved what Banu Mushtaq said, read promiscuously. So read widely, read things that you wouldn't read otherwise. But read, there are a lot of people I meet who think that they don't need to read books for children when they write books for children. Because like Sharanya said, people assume that it's easy and it's 200 words, how hard can it be? But read what is happening in the space that you want to publish in. Get an agent, get a job.
So we can move on to the next. So yeah, if you want to be a writer, don't expect too much of royalties, but have a good time at it. Yeah. So I always wonder how writers can actually navigate the real world and the creative space. because your head is in the clouds most of the time. And you also have to perform in the real world. So it's a dichotomy that is very hard to navigate. So, Sharanya, would you like to share about making that switch?
Sure. So on a very practical note, as Menaka said, and I absolutely endorse, you must have some other some other way in which you make money, because you will not really, you will not be able to make a living from publishing alone, to put it very bluntly. And it is not to disillusion you of the writing process itself, or the writing and publishing experience itself. But when you do that, in order to dream so freely as one must, in order to create, you have to be disciplined. The only thing that allows you to safely enter your dreamscape without your life falling apart outside it is you have to demarcate your time in such a way and just be extremely disciplined. So these are very practical things, and it depends on your household, depends on how many people there are. Do you have dependents? Is it just you? How much money do you need to make? What are your responsibilities? All of this is subjective, and there are elements of privilege or lack thereof. There are all kinds of things which inform how you figure this out. And life transitions also have impacts, positive, negative, and you find a way through them.
So when you can't write, for some reason, does that create a kind of agony inside?
Yes and no, because ebbs and flows are a part of nature, and so are we. So honoring, the seasonality of creative production is also important. There are many who say you must write every day. I don't believe in that. I can go months without writing, and I think that that's not a sign that I'm not working. Everything is percolating all the time. So be kind to yourself. It's a really tough world, not just in terms of this industry, but life is hard. And, just be kind to yourself. I think that's really important. There are so many young people who want to write or to draw or to create, and then it takes a lot to keep doing it, no matter what happens or doesn't happen. And it's okay. It's okay. You cannot judge yourself or compare yourself to the big success stories, even though we all want that.
Yeah, that's so beautifully articulated. Be kind to yourself. What about Menaka? You're always probably curious because you write books where you're talking about Mars, you're talking about space. It's pretty exciting stuff. So you're always on the lookout for ideas. So is it exhausting for you at a point?
So there are the two kinds of kind of writing and publishing. One is that if you are very lucky, you are commissioned to write something and you are asked, hey, would you like to write about this for us? And then it's up to you whether you want to say yes or no. It's interesting. Do I have something to say about this topic? Will I find it fun? And there's, of course, then on spec. You have an idea and you write it without knowing if anyone out there wants it or not. But it's something more for yourself. It's a compulsion to kind of finish this idea off. I do always say that ideas come from everywhere. I wrote a picture book for like 3 to 5 year olds earlier this year. And it's about a clumsy magician. And the idea for it came because a friend called me and said, I took Zoe for a birthday party and the magician was so clumsy, but the kids loved it. I thought, what a great idea. A clumsy magician sounds like really fun for kids. So, the idea can come from there. Loki came because I saw a girl with a cricket kit waiting at the school bus stop many years ago. And she was the only girl in the entire school who was playing cricket at that time. So I thought that was really interesting. It's exhausting if you try and execute all your ideas at the same time. So please don't do that for the sake of your own sanity. But I think I'm always got a notebook where I'm kind of scribbling down ideas, many of which I might not do anything with, many of which I might write years and years from now. And they kind of present yourself. So I have a book coming out next month, I did a series of books on Indian space, and I last studied physics in class 11 and 12. I was not very good at it, so it was entirely surprising to me that someone thought I should be the person to write about this. But the character of the girl in the third book that I wrote about was an idea for a character I'd had 6 or 7 years ago, but the time was never right to kind of put her in a book or have her story come out. So I think some things you kind of will, the time will present itself when it's the right time. I do want to add one thing about the publishing landscape, because is that we have a lot of writers now in India and across the world who are self-publishing, who are doing direct-to-Kindle publishing and doing really, really well. I don't know if anyone here has read Dlhs, who writes across genres. She writes children's books, middle grade, adult. She writes horror, romance. She traditionally publishes, she self-publishes, and she is really someone who I think beautifully embodies what is possible in publishing today if you are open to kind of different opportunities that present yourself. And she's doing a fantastic job. So I know kind of there are some traditional spaces and circles where self-publishing is kind of looked down upon, but I think it's a great way to be in control of your writing, editorial, publishing, and marketing journey, and to really build a name for yourself. If you need to be very, very tenacious, I think, and you need to be willing to put in a lot of hard work to be self-published. So that is something also definitely to consider going into the future.
That's a great advice. Like, the world is opening up now. There's just so much that we can, and there's no dead end, right? So, Sharanya, do you want to talk about, very briefly, about any new projects that?
I'm not writing for children at the moment. I'm working on fiction and non-fiction for adults. Yeah.
And you already mentioned, do you want to?
So I have a book on Chandrayaan, which is, an Indian space, which is coming out in October. And I just published a book with HarperCollins, which was an adventure for middle graders, which was food-based. So again, publishers will have ideas and come and say, do you want to write a book for middle graders, which is an adventure and about food? And I'm like, I don't know, do I? So, and then again, that's the challenge, right? I like eating. I'm not like a great cook or anything like that. So I think then the challenge presents itself as to how this will be. I'm in very early stages of a horror novel for young adults, which is also very interesting because I'm a big scaredy cat and I have to watch horror movies on mute with like all the lights on, and my husband has to describe what's happening to me because I'm behind a cushion because I can't bear to watch it. So that again, it's like a challenge almost, like you want to write a horror novel? And I'm like, yeah, why not? So I'm working on that.
Wow. So with that, we will wrap up and we can do a Q&A. So
Hello everyone. Now we'll open the floor to the audience for questions. Our volunteers are in the crowd. If anyone wants to ask questions, please raise your hands. We have one there.
Okay. Hi. So there's often this misconception that very deep, complex feelings aren't often felt or experienced by children, but often they might not have the exact vocabulary to articulate that. So how do you explore the enormity of a deep or contradictory emotion, like for example, be it grief or maybe envy, or sometimes when two emotions contrast each other through the lens of a child while writing children's literature?
Wow, that's a good one. Do I have anything to offer to this? You know, I think children feel things really deeply. They do. They might not have the kind of adult vocabulary that we think they should have to express what they're going through or what they're feeling, but they have very strong sense of feelings, envy, you know, sibling envy and hatred such a huge thing? I mean, it's there in the home, right? So I think it's, these are all things that are very strongly felt by them. I think as a children's book creator, author, illustrator, it is then how are you presenting it to them in a way that they can identify with, that they can relate to, or that, you know, even if it's not that, it is, there's a lot of how books are this way of kind of seeing yourself in the world, and it's a mirror and things like that. But there are also doors and windows into looking at other realities and experiences as well. So I think it's really in how, what is the context you are setting that emotion in? Is it relatable to the child? And yeah, the kind of language that you use does become very important, but I don't think it has to be simplistic language. I think children are capable of experiencing very kind of big feelings, because they really are just, they're humans in just small growing bodies. So, you know, they're experiencing everything we are in a way.
Okay.
I think what I would add to what Menaka said is normalizing all emotions is important, rather than, you know, telling a child through a book that they shouldn't feel sad, or they should not feel angry, but allowing for acknowledging the existence of the emotion, and gently perhaps allowing the child to arrive at her own conclusions about how she deals with it. That I would think might be the healthiest way when one creates to approach working with heavy themes. The Amuji Puji was about bereavement. It was about the loss of a beloved grandparent. Mermaids in the Moonlight is, you know, it contains many, many layers of grief and loss and deals with things like civil war. And there are many books out there like this. Not hammering a point to a child about what they're supposed to feel. That is probably the best way to create.
Thank you so much. We'll have the next question.
Yeah. So I have two questions. One is, how do you feel about the influx of children's book in e-commerce websites, which is probably written by AI? I mean, people making quick money out of it. So how do you feel about that? That's my first question. So yeah.
Well, I don't like it. It's trying to put me out of a job, you know.
Yeah, it's very creepy. Yeah.
You know, there is so much conversation around AI and AI-generated illustrations, especially in books and things like that. And I don't know, I guess it's like having fast food, right? Maybe it tastes good the first time, it's quick, it's cheap, it's there, and things like that. But you're not going to want to eat it all the time. You're going to get sick after like the fifth burger or something, and then you're going to want something which is, you know, a little more flavorful, genuinely and satiating and, you know, nourishing. So I do think that it's something that is upon, and I think readers also will kind of make that choice for themselves.
Yeah.
And I think they will want the books that speak to them at a deeper level. Not to say, I'm sure AI, God knows what it's going to be able to do. You know, I can't even say 1 year down the line, 3 months down the line, who knows what AI is going to be able to do. But it is not a great feeling to think that there's a, you know, machine out there, some code written which can do this. So I don't think it does it very well though.
Yeah, my second question would be, you mentioned about KDE, right? Kindle Direct Publishing. So what are the benefits of that versus publishing houses?
So I have not done I haven't done Kindle publishing. I have not self-published. But see, one thing is that publishing houses will have their own kind of mandate. They will have marketing teams. Marketing teams will say things like, this kind of book is not going to sell. Nobody wants to read this. People only want to read this. And if your book is not what the marketing team thinks that, you know, people want to read, then it's going to be really hard to sell your book. So I think one is that, you know, publishing houses have limited budgets. They have very strong kind of ideas on what will and won't sell. And in that kind of an environment, you might find it difficult to sell your book. So I think there then, if you have a book that kind of falls outside of these, you know, wish lists of publishing houses, then of course you get to publish your book and take it to an audience and you have readers for it. again, marketing budgets are very low in publishing houses. I read, I'm sure, how many of you here have read Mother Mary, Come to Me, Arundhati Roy's memoir? Yeah, it's fantastic. And then there's this whole thing about how at Penguin, the marketing plans and the whole kind of marketing team kicked in, PR, marketing, the whole team, editorial, kicked in over a year ago. I'm lucky if I get an email from my marketing team saying, your book is available here, okay? Because it is very, very hard. Marketing budgets are very, very small, or they're very stretched. So again, you might find that you've very often published, you'll publish your book, and then you will kind of be waiting for this amazing kind of PR and media response to it and your name in lights, and that will not happen because there's just not enough money for it. There are not enough places to place these things. So again, if you self-publish, that is in your hands. If you are very savvy with digital media, with social media, if you have good networks, you can tap into all those things and really, really drive the marketing of your book and not leave it to other people. So yeah.
So my question was that I think children literature does have a lot of censorship as well. So how do you balance how do you not go too far, but also make sure that you have gone the lengths to actually convey what you're trying to say through your stories to your audience as such?
I suspect that when it comes to children's literature, it's self-censorship more than anything else. And that is not, it's not a bad thing. It's not censorship as much as it is sensitivity. And you know how you've gone too far through asking yourself questions like, how would I have felt as a child if I encountered this? Speaking to the children in your own life, reading a bit, doing some research, reading a lot actually, and researching what's out there. Like Menaka was saying, there are words which have gone out of favor, which our generation would have used freely. Finding out what's happening and knowing that you can make mistakes and that's okay, because we only know as much as we know at any given point. But I would say that I don't think that censorship itself is a bigger part of children's literature than it is any other kind. As our respected keynote speaker shared, there are so very many dangers, not just challenges, but dangers to being a thinking person at this point in time and at this place. And to be someone who not only thinks and holds opinions, but has the power to hone opinion, puts you in a risky place. And this is a constant navigation that all writers and people across creative disciplines, constant navigation and set of negotiations that one has to I'm repeating myself, but is always making. And you can never actually predict what might cause offense. There are certain things which one knows better about because it's part of the social contract, but you really never know who wants to cause trouble for you. So that's a risk you take no matter what kind of writing you do.
Okay, with that, we'll take the last question.
Ma'am, my question is to you, Sharanya ma'am. Digital writing and drawing now. So would you say there's a disconnect with the touch and feel of paper, or like a texture, or is there not?
Not so much when it comes to drawing. When it comes to painting, yes. And so I felt this more with Mermaids in the Moonlight, and I decided that when I did incantations over water, it would be more minimal, and because I didn't enjoy the sensation of painting digitally, and I found it painful on my wrist as well. So I made incantations over water. Basically, it's more line drawing work, which I took a lot of pleasure in, and which I didn't feel a very significant tactile difference from. Yeah.
I would like to thank the panelists for such a thought-provoking conversation. After this enthusiastic conversation, I think we all understand the seemingly simple children's books have a complex thought processes that are involved and insights that are involved. With that, I would like to request Dr. Aishwarya V to come and give our panelists a token of appreciation. Can we please have applause? Audience, please note that uh, day 2 will begin at 9:15 tomorrow morning. The next session will continue without a break. Please stay seated in your seats.
പോക്കറ്റിലിട്ടാൽ മതിയോ? പോക്കറ്റിലിട്ടാൽ മതിയോ? ചെക്ക് ചെക്ക് ചെക്ക്.
Hello. Check. Check, check.
Check. One check. Hello. Check. Okay.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the stage of Aley 2025. I am Nazia, your host for a masterclass on subjectivity of poetry writing. I'm incredibly honored to introduce our next speaker, a voice that has profoundly shaped modern Malayalam literature, a poet whose words are not just read but felt, S. Joseph. His poetry is known for its powerful, unfiltered exploration of life's complexities, often delving into themes of caste, labor, and the everyday struggles of marginalized communities. He gives them a voice and a face. His collection, Uppante Kuval Varakunnu, even earned him the prestigious Kerala Sahitya Academy Award. To tell us more about his remarkable journey and contributions, I would like to invite Mr. Jobin Kanjirakkat, faculty of Dlhs. He was trained in linguistics in CIEFL Hyderabad, all the way till Dalhousie University, Canada. He has taught different courses at ISER Thiruvananthapuram and VID Vellore. Currently, as an independent scholar, he teaches language and linguistics, but also works with publishing and translation. He translated some of the poems in the volume My Sister's Bible, making it powerful and accessible to wider audience. Sir, I'd like to call you on stage and introduce Mr. Joseph onto the stage.
Thank you. Some of you know me, but not everyone. I have taught here only for a few months. And so, as the student introduced, I'm Jobin. I teach linguistics, and I have done some translation. So I was very happy to work with S. Joseph, our poet, today. And that was one of the best parts of the last 15 years or so. So what I want to say is he's also our first poet, and so it's great to have him. And so I'm honored and delighted, naturally. And Mr. Joseph has been a poet since he was 16, when he discovered his abilities when he was a teenager, and he was noted for his originality and his unique voice, very young in his life. And you can see very interesting aspects when you observe his writing. So I'll also give he's been a teacher in Maharaja's College, a very well-reputed government college in Ernakulam. He retired as an associate professor recently. And there are many things that need to be said about him, but I'll just mention a few. One is that he has a very interesting view of nature, which you see if you read his poetry, you will come across vivid visual descriptions of nature. He, in some other, as I was preparing for this, I noticed that he has a strong interest in visual arts, right? I mean, so I hope he is going to talk a bit about that also in his talk. And he has several poetry collections, 10 books in total, and they are Karutha Kallu, Black Stone, came out in 2000, and Meenkaran, translated as Fishmonger, 2003 by DC Books, and Identity Card, that came out in 2005. It was also brought out by DC Books. And then he wrote a novel, Pulariyile Moonu Thengugal, 3 coconut trees in the morning. And then in 2009, another poetry collection came out, Uppande Kuval Varikkunnu. It's drawing the cry of the crow pheasant. It won the Thiruvananthapuram Pustakamela Puruskaram, and Chandranodoppam, which means with the moon. So that came out in 2013, published by DC Books. Orpheus, published by DC Books in 2019. Kannadil in the Mirror, published by DC Books in 2024. And his collection of translations, the translated works came out in English. Not the entirety of his work, but a subset of his work came out in 2016 with the title My Sister's Bible. It was published by Authors Press, and that's the collection to which I contributed a few. I should also mention that he received the Kerala Sahitya Academy Award for Poetry in the year 2012 and Odakural Award for Poetry for the year 2015. Now I just want to say how I came to meet him and work with him. So in 2013, he had published a poem titled Mambaram in Malayalam Variga. I don't know, some of you may have read that. So there's a very famous 1936 poem by Vailopalli Sridharaman, considered to be one of the best in the modern times. So that was also titled Mambaram. So S. Joseph's poem was a kind of a continuity to that. So there's a sort of a historical continuity that you can see. There's similarity in the theme, but there's also difference in terms of the way the topic is handled, and also the philosophical take on nature, on the mango tree, and so on. So basically, it's Mambaram, which is a mango, right? So just to briefly talk about that, in the original poem in 1936, Vailopalli wrote about a child who plucks the inflorescence, the cluster of flowers that blooms, and then a little child about 4 years old or something. So he brings that to his mother, and his mother is angry. You do not let this become big, right? Let the fruit become big and become ripe and so on. And she chides him for that, and the little boy gets very upset, and he said, I won't be here to pick up the big fruit. And then, unfortunately, the little boy dies, and when the fruit becomes ripe, it creates a pang, right? I mean, sorrow in the mother's heart. So in S. Joseph's poetry, we see that there is a connection made between the mango trees and the children who have been fed by that. The mango tree is, in some sense, a mother to these children. And you also see, the poem ends in a great note where, the fruit, the mango fruit itself contains the deep love that a mother has for the child, right? There's a sort of a nature's creation principle sort of hidden inside the mango tree. So you see a sort of a philosophical depth, you know, in this poem, and the use of language is also very very interesting. So I will just give you a small comparison. I mean, of course, both of them have done great work. I mean, so in this, but you know, you can see a stark difference in the way language is used, right? In the 1936 poem by Vailopilli, you see this. Pardon my indulgence, I'll just read out in Malayalam. I'll also give a brief gist of that. Tungamam meenachudal taimavin maradaga kingeni saugandhigam sornamai thirum mumbe. So this is basically how the green, you know, the unripe mangoes becomes ripe in the heat of summer. So that's the month of Meenam in Kerala, right? So you see complex words, Sanskritic vocabulary here. A similar idea is presented by Joseph in a very endearing Malayalam. Chavachu tuppum varum kaipana meenachudil palutha madhuravum manavumai thiruga. You know, so basically there's a sort of a sensory connection made to the taste, the sweetness, and the good smell and everything. So there's a sensory richness that we experience when we listen to S. Joseph's poem. So interestingly, this poem is written in a meter, right? I mean, the Kega is a very well-known meter in Malayalam. So many poets nowadays write in free verse. He also writes generally in free verse, I think, but occasionally he does beautiful work with meter also. So I am extremely delighted to introduce him to you, and you know, not just because of his poetry, but also because of his warmth, his friendly nature, his brotherhood, everything. So I welcome Professor Joseph. Please come, sir.
Respected and dear friends, Jobin Kanjirakat and I were friends. He had come to Maharaja's College to see me, and after some time he translated some of my poems into English. My heading of the subject on subjectivity of poetry writing. First of all, I may give an account about myself. I'm a poet from Kottayam, Kerala. The central part of Kerala, Kottayam situates. I grew up in a poor village called Patithanam. It is a hill area. Beyond that is Sakyaparvatam. Western Huts is beyond that. My father was a stonemason, and I worked with him as a child while also helping my mother collect rice and basket materials. My mother was a basket creator, basket maker. My father was a mason or mestri. Mainly a stonemason. Later, I worked in a quarry. After finishing my studies, during this period, I was studying. I became a teacher in a school and then a college lecturer, professor, and I was the head of the department of Maharaja's College Malayalam department. My community is socially and economically marginalized. I started writing poetry at 15. But those early poems felt lifeless because I have no content, I have no subjects to write. So I took some subjects from imaginary subjects I used, because I then wrote a poem about a lover, but I had no lover then. But with imagination, I wrote a poem about her, and I wrote in that poem, she's dead, she has dead. While studying Malayalam literature, BA, MA, and PhD not completed, B.Ed, every studies are related to Malayalam literature. And I read widely, began thinking more deeply about my identity. Sottum, identity, Sottum, Sottum. സ്വത്വം എന്നുള്ള വാക്ക് സാൻസ്ക്രിറ്റ് വാക്കാണ്, സ്വന്തം അവസ്ഥ, അതായത് സെൽഫ് മൈ സെൽഫ് എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. പക്ഷേ ബട്ട് ഐ യൂസ് സത്വം, നോട്ട് സ്വത്വം. സത്വം മീൻസ് ബീയിങ്നെസ് ആണ്, ബീയിങ്നെസ്, സത്ത് ആയതിൻ്റെ, സത്ത് എന്ന് പറയുന്നുണ്ട്, സത്ത്, ആ അർത്ഥത്തിലാണ് ഐ യൂസ് സത്വം. Sattvam means beast, meaning beast-like meaning, but here it is our essential being. As a Dalit Christian, I faced discrimination from both upper-class Christians and Hindus. It is continuing now also. This made me realize how deeply caste affects our lives. Everywhere caste is very important. You know that Vedan is a rap singer in Kerala. He said that there is no caste, Pulaya, Paraya, no such caste. But for studying in college, we have to have a caste certificate from village officer. That is a problem. We can say that we have no caste, but we can't avoid it because it is an ideology. Caste is an ideology. It is not tangible. We can't touch caste. We can name it, but we can't take it like a material thing. While studying in Trivandrum, my house was at Kottayam, Pattanam. Trivandrum is far away. While studying in Trivandrum, I went to Trivandrum because I want to be a poet. In Kottayam, it is a rubber farmers area, so there is no scope of literature, poetry. But at that time, the modern period was it. Then I went to Trivandrum to study, University College at Trivandrum. I studied there, and I have many friends there, great teachers there, Ayo Panikar, Sugatakumari, O.N.V. Kurupu, D. Vinayachandran, and Narendra Prasad, and A. Ayappan is a poet there. Balandana Chulikad, everyone I met them there. I connected with many artists and poets. That period of modernist and revolutionary art in Malayalam, 70s is the revolutionary period. Sachidanandan, KGS, Attitude Verma, Kadamanitta, Balandra Jullikadu, these poets are revolutionary poets. Naxalism was the base of their writing. After my studies, I returned to my village with fresh eyes. I saw the harsh realities of caste and class. When I look from Trivandrum, I see my Patitanam in a different perspective. A different perspective. My poetry reflects the language and life of my people. I used words my mother spoke. There are so many words she had, but that words are not in the dictionary of Malayalam. That words are not in common usage, but she knows only its meaning, etc. I used words my mother spoke, words now forgotten but full of meaning. I avoided Sanskrit. Malayalam, there is a domination of Sanskrit in Malayalam is very high. That is known as Manipravalam. I know that in Kannada also the domination of Sanskrit words is high, but in Tamil not like that. For example, perspective, its Malayalam is Pariprashyam. That is Sanskritam. Perspective, but the original Malayalam, Kazhchavattam. Area of looking. We use Kazhchavattam or Kazhchapadu for Pariprashyam. Pariprashyam means one perspective, one side look. An object has 8 perspectives. Cellini, the sculptor, says that an object has 8 perspectives. Using mostly Malayalam to keep the language simple and true. For example, ഒരു മേസ്ത്രിയോടൊപ്പം പണിക്ക് പോയി. I went with a മേസ്ത്രി to work. So simple language. I always use the simple language because the simple sentences. Subject, object, verb. That is a sentence, minimum sentence. Rama killed Ravana. Rama killed Ravana. There are only one subject, one object, and one verb. That is simple sentence. I always use such sentences in poetry. That is why I say, I went with a mason. The complex sentences avoided. Compound sentences also avoided. Only simple sentence. With a simple sentence, I write poems. I also borrowed techniques from painting. I have studied painting and painting history. And I was a teacher in Maheblr Fine Arts for aesthetics. So I have read so many books on painting and sculptures, Indian and foreign. And from that I use so many things. For example, John Miro. You may have heard John Miro. John Miro, in his paintings, a painting's name is Dialogue of Insects. Dialogue of Insects. There is small living beings are speaking there. dialogue of insects. Like that, K.A. Jayashiran, a poet in Malayalam, he is living in Hyderabad, a linguist, famous linguist, K.A. Jayashiran. He used minute details in his poetry. Focusing on details and visuals. There is a language of color, you know. Color has, Van Gogh uses yellow as the color of love. When Gauguin came to his yellow house, he painted his house with the yellow color. It's a message. There is a message that that color is a symbol of love. Every color has a meaning. Green. For example, Lorca in his poetry says, I love you green, I love you green, I love you green. Green winds, green branches. Here, green is a symbolic meaning. Green has a symbolic meaning. All arts are symbolic. All arts are symbolic, even though there is a symbolism especially. In today, postmodern world, marginalized people finally have a voice. Indian literary critic Gayatri Chakravarti Spivak talks about this in her essay, Can the Subaltern Speak? She argues that people once silenced can now speak for themselves. Can you give some water? Gayatri Spivak, his famous essay, Can the Subaltern Speak? She argues that people once silenced can now speak for themselves. It means that they got subjectivity. They became subjects. They were only objects until that time, but now they became subject. I was an object in my whole adolescence period. But after reading many books, foreign books, the books from Russia, books from English, books from French and German and Latin American books, African books, reading such books, we got a new eye to see the world. You know that philosopher René Descartes says that I think, therefore I am. I think, therefore I am. That is because the sun rises in the east. That is not a real thing. When we think, we know that there is no rising of sun. There is no sun setting. That is why the science and reason is important, according to René Descartes. And the term of René Descartes also used by Cézanne, the great painter. Cézanne says that I see because I paint. Seeing is a different thing in Cézanne. You know that Cézanne's paintings are the beginning of Cubism. All forms are geometrical forms. He sees world as geometrical forms. And Picasso used the same sentence, I think, therefore I draw. Because thinking is important to Picasso, but seeing is important to Cézanne. Both of these come to poetry. I also learned from Emmanuel Levinas, who believed ethics, not metaphysics, should be the foundation of philosophy. Husserl, like Derrida or Foucault, and Simone de Beauvoir. Simone de Beauvoir says that a husband is a subject, wife is an object. In this period, if you are an object, you should other the subject and you become subject. That is the subjectivity with which you can write, you can paint, you can sing a song, you can act. But you know that Vinayakan, a Malayalam actor, he is living on the side of a railway track. But he got a subjectivity with his experience, through his experience. Anyway, should be the foundation of philosophy. Metaphysics means beyond the physical world is metaphysical. The spiritual things are like that. But there is a temple, you know. Temple is a material thing. It is a reality. But we feel spirituality. It means that spirituality is based upon materiality. We always think that spirituality is more important than material world. But reality is like this, that materiality is important, not spirituality. Spirituality is based upon materiality. So the churches and temples are there. His book name, Levinas' book's name, Ethics as First Philosophy. He was changed when he read the novel of Dostoevsky, Karamazov Brothers. Karamazov Brothers, in that book, there is a character, Alyosha. Alyosha says that I have a responsibility to all. That responsibility is important. I have a responsibility to you. That responsibility is important. That is ethics. Ethics. Ethics in Indian, we can say dharma. Buddha has told about it, and his wheel of dharma is important. The wheel of dharma, and his book Dharma Padam. He says that people who were treated like objects can become subjects. Do not ask me who I am, and do not ask me to remain the same, by Michel Foucault. In India, Dlhs and tribal communities have often been denied access to literature, education, and the arts. If you look into cinema, there is no heroine from low caste family. But the first heroine in Malayalam was a Dalit woman, P.K. Rossi. And the Savarna Vibhagam, elite class in Trivandrum burned her house, and she ran away from there. And when a lorry coming, she stretched his hand and he went to Tamil Nadu. She did not come back to Kerala. She is the first heroine in Malayalam. She is a Dlit Christian woman, P.K. Rosie. But now there is no Rosie in Malayalam. Levinas's ideas suggest they can gain subjectivity, meaning they can express who they are. They can express who they are, who we are, with dignity. There is a dignity also. This helps create a new kind of art rooted in real experiences. That is the literature. The literature coming up from the real experience. The literature, mostly important books are autobiographical books. You know, Akarmashi and Lashman Hoigwat's work, Uchalya, Akarmasi. Such works are so important because they are autobiographical writings. In Malayalam also, C.K. Janu's autobiography, K.K. Koch autobiography. Such autobiographies are available in everywhere in India. This helps create a new kind of art rooted in real experience, different from traditional Sanskrit-based aesthetics. Sanskrit-based aesthetics means that Ridi, Gunam, or Dhwani, Rasa, these type of concepts are negated by Dalit writers. For example, I once worked as a mason with my father, I have told you earlier. Society looks down on manual labor, but I saw the beauty and value in it. I wrote poems like a mason, fishmonger or fish seller to highlight these overlooked lives. My sister's Bible, you may have read it, I think. In 2000, I wrote a poem called My Sister's Bible. I found her Bible filled not just with religious text, but everyday items. A ration card, a loan application, etc. are in the Bible. This is not an imaginary poem. This is like an artwork. Once Marshall Duchamp, when he was in America, he bought a urinal from a shop and he put it opposite. Then it has certain meanings. It has certain meanings, feminist meanings. That work is known as The Fountain. Like that, I took a Bible from my cupboard, from our cupboard. That Bible was my sister Sophia's Bible. And when I opened the Bible, I saw so many things not related to Bible. I only copied that into my paper. That was my poem, My Sister's Bible. Bible became a symbol of her life. This inspired me to write a prose poem. At first, I wasn't sure if it was a real poem. I doubt then. But I realized that it was conceptual, an objective Bible revealing deeper meaning. Her life took center stage even as Bible remained present. Bible is there, but it is negated. That is conceptual art. Conceptual art, an object there is an object, but it is negated, and the meaning will be ambiguous. We can read it in many ways. Ambiguous, that is the particular peculiarity of the postmodern poetry or paintings, sculpture, etc. Sculpture, etc. There is an ambiguous thing. This is a pipe, the painting of René Magritte. There is, pipe is drawn there. Pipe is painted there. And after, above the pipe, there is a letter. This is not a pipe. Foucault has written a book on this subject. The retinal work, this type of ready-mades. This type of works are known as ready-mades. Marcel Duchamp called it ready-mades. This conceptualism is coming from Dadaism. Dadaism was short-lived, but after that, Dadaism changed to conceptualism. You may see a documentary on this Europe After Rain. That is a documentary that we can see in YouTube. You look, Europe After Rain. That is the story of Dadaism and Surrealism. I may read the poem My Sister's Bible. This is what my sister's Bible has: a ration book come loose, a loan application form, a card from the cutthroat money lender, notice of feast in church and temple, a photograph of my brother's child, a paper on how to knit a baby cap, a 100-rupee note, and SSLC books. These are the things in the Bible. This is what it doesn't have: the preface, the Old Testament and the New, maps, the red cover. Then Bible is vanished. This kind of conceptual poetry relates to artists like Marcel Duchamp. It is said that all art is conceptual. All art is conceptual art. The words, colors, lines are symbolic. Concept is an idea. The Bible is an object which is negated and remains only the idea of Bible. Bible is there but is being rejected. So the poem pointing the discrimination of Dalit Christians. The meaning of this poem is ambiguous. We can read this poem in many ways. Next one poem, Fish Seller, Fishmonger. That was the name given by Eja Thomas, but in another translation, the fish seller, the head name became Fish Seller. In the poem Fish Seller, I explore human relationship. All humans are interconnected, or castes are interconnected, or religions are interconnected. Ambedkar also said about this, I think. A fishmonger who connects markets and villages. Dies of epilepsy in a shallow stream. It shows how everybody lives often go unnoticed. This relationship means responsibility and brotherhood. The Fishmonger. I do not read that poem. Come to next. The Mole is a poem. Once I went to Shillong to read a poem with Meena Kandaswamy and Sachidanandan. Then it was an appreciated poem. In the mole, I remember a girl who had a mole on her cheek. My mother called her the woodcutter's daughter. Someone from a poor background. Later she married and had a family. Years later, someone said my poetry was missing something. I asked, is it the mole? This poem reflects how people are small details shape us. That poem I may read. I know a girl who had a big mole on her right cheek. She lived some distance away by the hillside with cashew trees. Whenever she passed along the alleyway, but the side of my home, I would look at her erasing that mole. She would pass on, head bent. Isn't it she the daughter of that woodcutter? She has no friends, said mother. Later, a woodcutter married her, and she had a family and children. There are no cashew trees there now. Someone said that there was something missing in my poems. Isn't it the problem of a big mole? I asked. You may read Identity Card. This poem shows how caste can affect relationships. Even in love, a girl notices the red ink on my identity card. It marked my status as a student receiving a stipend. Stipend receiving students are OEC, SC, ST students. That single moment reveals how caste difference quietly invade our lives. I may read two poems, new poems. War. Though among countries, war is among persons. Though among countries, war is among persons. They do not fight. Instead, give orders. Men, machines, and weapons are fighting for them. Helpless people do flee for their lives. Fighting people have no such needs. They have no enemies. They are paid soldiers. Machines, weapons, they do not fight. They are compelled to do so. People are killed. Buildings are broken. People are fleeing. Children are dying. Women are crying, renouncing homelands. They delve into oblivion. Families are broken. Promises are broken. Finally, handshakes are nowhere. Love is wounded. Lips are drying. Amidst snowfall, thirst remains. Thirst remains. No sleep, no music, no poetry, no home, no tree, no sky, no bird, no rest, no dreams, no dreams solace. That is my war poem. One poem also, I may read a poem with missing lines. In this poem, some lines are missed. It was his first ride on a horse. The sky was clear. He rode across the meadows on a white horse. He stopped in front of a hut for a little water to drink. He drew water with a bucket and drank. He gave some to the horse as well. Here many lines are missing. Now he is returning. Rain clouds are gathering above. He is galloping. A young woman is with him. The rain chases after them. They race ahead of the rain. I conclude my talk, and the subjectivity or being subject, that is important. And how we gain subjectivity, reading and understanding the world. I have read so many books, and I noticed the paintings and the sculpture and constructions of buildings, construction, that is also an art, constructivism. In this time, Robert Venturi is the world famous constructor, constructor. He uses the Michelangelo's style and the modern style mixed. Like that, he make a new sense of building. We know that all arts are the part of a building. Dance and poetry writing and sculpture making or painting, singing, or these are the part of a Vastuvidya in Malayalam, Vastuvidyയുടെ ഭാഗമാണ് ഇതെല്ലാം. ലോകത്തിലെ ഏറ്റവും the most public art is sculpture. Sculpture is the most public art. That is why Ashoka uses sculptures all over India. The sculpture is very related to human beings. That is why it is most famous public art. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, please ask one question at a time.
I hope you're as captivated as I am by this incredible masterclass. We now have the opportunity to engage directly with Mr. Joseph. The floor is open for questions, and please raise your hand, we'll get you the mic.
Sir, namaskaram. I have a few questions. I'm also Malayali, so you can also answer in Malayalam if you are comfortable. So, yeah.
Please ask in Malayalam.
Yeah, I'll ask in Malayalam. Okay, sure. So, നിങ്ങൾ പെയിൻറ്റിങ്ങിനെ പറ്റി പറഞ്ഞിരുന്നുണ്ടോ? So, what exact, okay, I'll ask in Malayalam only. Okay, so exactly what concept did you borrow from painting? എന്ത് കോൺസെപ്റ്റാണ് നിങ്ങൾ പെയിൻറ്റിങ്ങിൽ നിന്ന് എന്താ പറയുക ബോറോ ചെയ്തത്? I'm not good in Malayalam then, yeah. Also, you said about Cubism era, right? താങ്കൾ ക്യൂബിസം എറയെ പറ്റി പറഞ്ഞിരുന്നുണ്ടോ? അപ്പം how can we gain inspiration, പ്രചോദനം from expressionism era, and how also can we interpret bhavas and rasangal in writing? This is a very big question, I know.
This is a very big question.
Yeah.
I may give you painting is a two-dimensional art. Sculpture is a three-dimensional art. I don't know poetry, what dimensional art? Poetry has many dimensions. I took some things from some presenting methods taken from painting. I mean, Matisse, you know Matisse. Matisse used Fauvism in his painting. What is Fauvism? In Fauvism, a color is pure color. One color is from a green color, a red color, or a white color. These three are three, not mixed, not mixed. Separately, they stand in the painting. But if we draw a flower, the flowers leaves are in green, but the leaves are in green, but the flower's color is red. But these two colors are different colors. They are not melting into other color. The colors are standing differently. That is Fauvism. But some painters are using colors mixed. They use contrasting colors, and there are so many patterns. For example, Field is a painting of John Miro. Field. In that painting, we see a well there. In the ground, there is a well. You know that the well is rounded form. And in this painting, in the sky, there is a sky also drawn, painted. And the sky, there is a moon. That moon's roundness is connected to the round of well. Okay, there is a rhythm of patterns. Rhythm of patterns. He has painted one great painting, Catalan peasant's head. Is his famous painting. You know Catalonia, that was a place in Spain. There was farmers. Once upon a time, farmers were in great tragedy. So many farmers committed suicide. At that time, he painted this painting. That the head of a farmer in a decorative method is flying among the stars. Head of the farmer, Catalan peasant, Catalonia peasant, Catalonia peasant is flying flying among the stars. This is the minute details. In his paintings, there are minute details. The insects are speaking. We cannot hear what are they speak. But he uses insects. Buñuel uses insects in his film. In his childhood, he was very fond of insects. And in his film, one of his films, he uses a child is dead because of I think sexual harassment. I think, and her body is laying there, but snail, snails are moving in the body. Buñuel's first cinema said that the Andalusian dog, he was the first film of Buñuel was Andalusian dog. Anchin Andalu, Spanish word. He, in English, Andalusian dog. In that film, where man comes and cuts the eye of a girl, eye of a woman, that cutting, he cuts completely the eyes. Then it is, the next shot is a moon among the clouds. What is meant by Buñuel? Buñuel says that this is not the reality. Reality is beyond the reality. That is why he took a film, a documentary, Land Without Bread. We should see that film, Land Without Bread. But reality, there is no reality in truth. Herbert Reed says that there is no reality. There is no reality in real painting, real life, real, there is no reality. If I see you in a two-dimensional form, I see you in a two-dimensional form, but you are three-dimensional. That is why the reality is not seen to us. He asked one thing also about cubism. Cubism means there are one thing has so many sides, so many perspectives. As we can see a bus from the front view, from the back view, from the side view, we can see. But we always hand stretch to stop a bus. We see only the front part only. We do not see the passengers in the bus. So there are many perspectives are unseen. Cubism, what Cubism does is that Cubism takes all these perspectives and apply in a two-dimensional space. That is Cubism. Cubism takes all perspectives of a thing. For example, Avignonile Sundarimar, damsels de Avignon. Damsel de Avignon. Avignonile ഒരു വേശ്യാലയത്തെ കുറിച്ചാണ്, brothel house. He took 3 forms from there. And 2 forms are not from there. It is from Polynesian paintings. But we can't differentiate these figures. We see that this is the same. You know that Guernica is a great painting. Guernica is but there is no Guernica in that painting. That painting is a pastiche-like painting. It has so many things. Bulb is the eye of God. Bulb. God sees all. That is why there is a bulb. You know that the horse head, it is the part of a persecution, Franco's persecution. And there is a hand of Jesus Christ. In that painting, there is no Guernica. That is why it is a painting for all time and all place. For Mahabharata Yuddham, you know that it is a symbolic thing. It is an allegory that Mahabharata war is happening everywhere, every time in the world. That is Mahabharata Yuddham. Mahabharata. Like that, Guernica is a painting which is against war, and it is always, it is an everlasting painting. Painting forever. Any question?
Hello. Namaskaram, sir. It was a pleasure listening to you. എനിക്ക് ചോദിക്കാനുള്ള ചോദ്യം, സർ മേജറായിട്ട് മലയാളത്തിലാണല്ലോ എഴുതാറ്. സാറിൻ്റെ ഒരുപാട് വർക്കുകൾ ട്രാൻസ്ലേറ്റും ചെയ്യപ്പെട്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അക്കോർഡിംഗ് ടു യു, സർ ഒറിജിനലായിട്ട് പറയാൻ ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്ന ഐഡിയാസ് ട്രാൻസ്ലേറ്റ് ചെയ്യപ്പെട്ട വർക്കുകളിൽ എത്രമാത്രം കാണുന്നുണ്ട്? So for my friends who do not understand Malayalam, I asked what to what extent do you feel like the ideas you're originally trying to convey from in your works is still present in the works when they're translated? Thank you.
Really, I do not read my translated poem. I'm sorry. I only read my Malayalam poem. Translators are great translators, Sachidanandan, Jobi, and Srilada Varma. Such a great translators are my translators. But I do not read in the English poem because there are many things which I do not think comes in that translation. Translation is the poetry travels to the translations, through the translations. A poetry written in one language is traveled throughout the world through the translations. But some translation I liked. For example, Fixmonger. But some translation there is a problem. Veranda, veranda. Veranda is a Persian word, veranda. That is used in English. But in Malayalam, veranda, tinna. But tinna is not a Malayalam word. A friend in OUP told me that tinna is not Malayalam. I mean, in Malayalam there is no word that is for veranda. Veranda is English word. English writers also used such words. But really, I used the word mestri. Oru mestriyodappam panikku poyina. But in translation, it changed into mason. Mestri may be a Portuguese word, I think. But mestri is very important because in our Kerala, mestri, some places they are pronouncing mestri. Some persons, some places mason, meshri, mestri, meshri. This type of accent can be heard. Sometimes the translation will be more forceful than the original. For example, Bible, my sister's Bible, it has come to Hindi, Behengi Bible, in Tamil, Appavin Bible. My first translation happened in Karnataka, Carnatic language, Kannada language. My sister's Bible, I think, is translation started into Kannada. Without translation, we cannot read other language written, other book written in other languages. That is the custom. That is a custom. Translation. Our poet is, our great poet translated bullseye into Kalakan. Kala means bullock. Eyes of bullock, eyes of a bull. But it is not that. It is the pistol, തോക്കിൻ്റെ കാഞ്ചിയെ ഉദ്ദേശിച്ചാണ് ബുൾസൈ എന്ന് പറയുക. അതായത് when we are shooting, we look this type of points through, then that comes to the aim. That is bullseye, not bullseye. Such things happened. In Malayalam, there are so many translations. Most of the translations are made by Sachidanandan. Balananjulikade. Tonight I can write, for example, night is shattered. Tonight I can write that poetry. That poem is so famous. കഴിയുമീരാവെനിക്കേറ്റവും ദുഃഖഭരിതമായ വരികൾ കുറിക്കുവാൻ. But there is a mistake. Because കഴിയുമീ രാവ്, രാത്രി. Ratri means in night, at night. Ratri means at night also. The word Ratri has the meaning at night also. But the word Rav has no such meaning. So, കഴിയുമീരാവ് എനിക്കേറ്റവും ദുഃഖഭരിതമായ വരികൾ കുറിക്കുവാൻ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ അർത്ഥം ശരിയാവില്ല. രാവിൽ എന്ന് അർത്ഥം കൊടുക്കണം. അത് കിട്ടുന്നില്ല. രാവ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ രാവ് ഈസ് നോട്ട് അറ്റ് നൈറ്റ്. രാവ് ഈസ് നൈറ്റ് ഉള്ളി. അപ്പോൾ ഐ ക്യാൻ റൈറ്റ് നൈറ്റ് ദിസ് പോയംസ് എന്ന് പറയാൻ പറ്റുമോ? ടു നൈറ്റ് ഐ ക്യാൻ റൈറ്റ് ദ പോയംസ് എന്ന് പറയാം. ഐ ക്യാൻ റൈറ്റ് അറ്റ് നൈറ്റ് ദിസ് പോയം എന്ന് പറയാം. അങ്ങനെ ഗ്രാമറ്റിക്കൽ പ്രോബ്ലംസ് ഒക്കെ പലപ്പോഴും ഉണ്ടാകാറുണ്ട് ട്രാൻസ്ലേഷനിൽ. Translations are sometimes mistaken. Translation is a very difficult process. I remember Ovid's great work, Metamorphosis. Metamorphosis, two books. One Kafka's Metamorphosis, you may read it. But Roman poet Ovid has also written an epic that name is Metamorphosis. The first line of Metamorphosis, of things changed into other things I tell. Of things changed into or forms or another translation, of forms changed into another forms I tell. If forms changed into another form is art. This is not an art of bottle. This is only a boat. This is an object, real object. This is not an art. But when we paint this bottle, it will be an art. You are not art, but if you take a photo, it is an art. If we take a photo of you, it will be an art. This stand is not an art. But if you make a sculpture with this podium, it is an art. Art means, art is symbolic. That is why symbolic. One. Another thing, art is rational, at the same time irrational. Art is rational, at the same time irrational. You know the Guernica. Guernica is irrational. and rational. The surrealist paintings are like that. Dali's painting. Dali drew the painting of his wife Gala, in a mystic way, in a mysterious way. That is beyond reality. That is why it is known as surrealism. Nowadays we see that there are so many writers come out. In Malayalam, there are 10,000 poets, I think. Around 10,000 poets are in Malayalam, in Kerala. They are writing poems. They are reading. They are giving their friends to read the poems. That's all. They would not like great poets. They would not like to be too great poets. They are writing what they can. All people are artists. That is the saying of Andy Warhol. Andy Warhol is a famous painter, artist in America. Andy Warhol says that all people are artists. There is no person without art. All people are artists. That is why, for example, Madurai Meenakshi Kshetram is made by carpenters and blacksmiths. Such people made the temple, Madurai Meenakshi temple. But who knows them? Who knows them? Taj Mahal is constructed by Shah Jahan, but he did not do anything. He only gave money. And the artisans or the common people are the makers of that building, that structure. One more thing to say, Taj Mahal is not done in Muslim structure. It has used the Bouddhic structure, Byzantium structure, Iranian structures. So it is a pastiche. It is a pastiche work. The Taj Mahal. Taj Mahal is a pastiche. Many type of styles are taken to create such a building, such a monument. Like that, every temple, every church. Different styles are interconnected and make the film. For example, one more thing, I last to say that Buñuel's once film is Bitter Moon. I think Bitter Moon. No, whatever maybe. An object of in that film, up to interval, there is a girl, there is a heroine. But after the interval, the heroine changed. But we do not see, we do not understand that change. അതായത് സിനിമയുടെ പകുതി വരെ സിനിമയിൽ അഭിനയിച്ച നായിക മാറിയിട്ട് വേറൊരു നായികയാണ് അഭിനയിക്കുന്നത്. മലയാളത്തിലൊന്നും വരെ ഉണ്ടായിട്ടില്ല. പക്ഷെ നമുക്ക് തിരിച്ചറിയാൻ പറ്റും, രണ്ടുപേരും ഒരുപോലെ ഇരിക്കുന്നത്. രണ്ടുപേരും ഒരുപോലെ ആയതുകൊണ്ട് തിരിച്ചറിയാൻ പറ്റുകയില്ല. അതാണ് ബുനുവലിൻ്റെ ആൻ ഒബ്ജക്റ്റ് ഓഫ് ഡിസയർ എന്നുള്ള സിനിമ. മുഴുവൻ പേര് ഞാൻ മറന്നുപോയി. ആൻ അൺഡിസേർവ് അങ്ങനെ ഉണ്ട്, ഒബ്ജക്റ്റ് ഓഫ് എന്നുള്ള സിനിമ കാണുക. Cinema, painting, sculpture, music, poetry, short story, novels are interconnected. Today, there is no painter in the world. There is no sculptor in the world. There is only artists in the world. That artists are writing poetry. Some artists writing poetry, writing words. And thank you very much for welcoming me to this program. Aley. Aley in Malayalam, Ala. Ala is Tira. തിരകൾ ഒഴിവതില്ലേ തമിഴ് പടം ഒരു പടമാണ് തിരകൾ ഒഴിവതില്ലേ. തിര മീൻസ് തരംഗം. തിരകൾ അവസാനിക്കുന്നില്ല. അലി ഡസ് നോട്ട് എൻഡ് എനിവെയർ. അവസാനിക്കുന്നില്ല. ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് ഓൾവേസ് മൂവിങ്. The peculiarity of the Aley is that it is always moving. That is why the name is very good. Because next year this type of program will be arranged, I think. And next year. And next year. And as long as you can. Thank you very much.
More questions to be answered one-on-one at the author signing desk, so you guys can meet him personally. That brings us to an end of a truly inspiring session. Thank you so much, Professor and audience. Please come on stage. Mr. Jobin, yes. I'd like to ask Divya ma'am to hand over goodies to Mr. Joseph, Professor Joseph and Professor Jobin.
Is it done? Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
I look forward to your classes. I'm willing to translate.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there were multiple different translators who worked on it.
Guys, a little announcement. So we will now go for lunch and be back at 1:40 for a very fun stand-up comedy. And I hope you all eat well. And please look forward for the masterpieces of Aley coming up post-lunch, and also tomorrow at 9:15 a.m. For Perimal Murugan. And as of now, food stalls are set up between AB3 and AB4.
we're not ourselves, there's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. Moving on, moving on.
if we could, maybe? Are we, yeah? Okay, I'll just go. Kapil Sharma, Veerdas, Kenny Sebastian, and Tanmay Bhatt. What do all these great stand-up comedians have in common? I don't know. I couldn't tell you. Literally, I couldn't tell you. If I did, I would get sued for defamation. Welcome, ladies, gents, and all people in between. Hi, I'm Abhay, and welcome to the stand-up section, Just for Laughs, where I hope our contestants will be met with laughter and not boos. Although if you do need to boo the contestants, you will find underneath your seats some tomatoes provided so that you can throw at the stage. Please check under your seats. No? Nothing? What happened to... Oh. I have just been informed that the budget for tomatoes has since been revised for a new library on campus. But enough of all that. This section of the fest is, as I'm sure you've all figured out, the stand-up competition, where each contestant will come on stage, crack a few jokes, risk life and liberty, and at the end of it all, get a prestigious certificate for all their troubles. To make things fair, we also have a panel of the most impartial judges we could find within a 500-meter radius. Although when I say judges, I mean the single judge. And when I asked him for a biography, he kind of just CN-zoned me, so this is all I found on the website. Our lovely judge is none other than Dr. Pradeep Thomas. He is currently an assistant professor on the senior scale at the Department of Liberal Arts and Humanities in MAHE Bengaluru campus. Previously, he worked as an assistant professor at the School of Business and Social Sciences at Christ. He also has a PhD in political science from Aberdeen, Scotland, United Kingdom, and 2 master's degree in journalism, one in journalism, and the other one in broadcast and electronic communication. If only we all had so much time. Now, while the judge has a long description, the rules are pretty simple. First, no names. No shouting, no hooting, no hollering. Don't give out any names for their safety. Second, this is an individual event. One person goes on stage, and each set will be for 5 minutes. There will be no profanity or derogatory statements. Being edgy is not being funny. The use of props should have, ideally, been informed prior to 30 minutes to the committee, so there will be no, and there is no, dangerous props allowed on stage. So no Shakespearean antics, no knives, no et tu brute moments. And finally, bonus points for audience innovation and interaction. That's the music. Time to dance with our first contestant, participant number 1.
Okay. Hello, everybody. So, how many of you here have a ton of apps in their phone? Can I get a raise of hands? Like a lot, except for iPhone users, because I know you don't have storage. So, it's okay. You don't have to participate in this. Okay. So, I'm sure that at our age, we have a lot of dating apps in our phone, but the OG one was LinkedIn. Because that literally gave you the resilience, keyword resilience, to handle rejections in this part of your life, right? Now, one thing that I don't understand about LinkedIn is why do they even have certain words? Because my brother recently started a LinkedIn account. He's younger than me, right? He started a LinkedIn account and he has no skills, right? He did nothing because he's the younger kid, obviously. So he asks me, what do I exactly put in my LinkedIn? I was like, you start off with your soft skills. He's like, what do you mean soft skills? I was like, nothing. You know what? Forget what soft skills are. Just put your skills. Then he goes and he writes content strategist. I ask him, what makes you think you're a content strategist? He's like, I post twice a week on my Instagram. That needs some strategy. I get more likes than you. I'm like, that does not go on your LinkedIn. He's like, it's still a skill. Then he thinks, he's like, what else should I put? He puts hacker. I'm like, do you even know what a hacker means? He's like, yeah, do you remember the time I hacked into your Instagram account? I'm like, you saw my password when I was putting it in. He's like, that still counts, right? Now, the most atrocious one was food connoisseur. I was like, what? He's like, I cooked last night. Did you not eat my food? I clearly have. the skill to be a food connoisseur. I was like, yeah. And then I don't know where he learned that you can endorse stuff on LinkedIn. He comes to me and he's like, Didi, you are my sister by blood. You've been there for me throughout my life. So now it's time. I learned that you can endorse skills in LinkedIn. So all the skills that he does not have, that he made me sit and endorse it one by one. Now, I don't mind LinkedIn. I use it too, right? It's your professional platform and all. But what is up with people selling courses on there? There was this one course I saw, how to wake up at 5 a.m. Now, I was very curious, like, why would someone sell a course like that? I was like, okay, I can't wake up at 5 a.m. I miss all my 9 a.m. classes. So I bought it. Waste of money, obviously. I bought it purely out of curiosity. And then I get added to the WhatsApp group and that guy's like, tomorrow's class at 5 a.m. I text him, I'm like, this is not fair. I need my money back. This is not you making me learning to wake up at 5. It's like, call me at 5 a.m. tomorrow. I'll cancel your subscription. So it's a trap. How many of you just accept whatever connection request you get? Raise your hands. You don't even look through the background. Don't do that, guys. Don't do that. Let me tell you something that happened. I accepted this girl's, connection, and her LinkedIn bio said resume writer. So she texts me on LinkedIn. She's like, "Hi, I checked your LinkedIn out. You will fail in life. I think I should be your resume writer." Now I look at that message. I'm sitting there. I'm like, why did she have to give me a whole existential crisis over her business? Right? So I go to my mom, I show her, Mummy, see, this random girl texted me that she'll write my resume. And my mom's also like, at least you'll get some help. Do it. I was like, yeah, that's a lot of belief in me. Thank you. Now, there are two extremists in users of LinkedIn, okay? There are people who rarely post, right? And there are people who post about everything. Let me give an example. I saw an MIT LinkedIn post recently. A guy posted EPAT training. Hashtag technologically advanced, hashtag skill building. And he put in his skills, EPAD writing. Yes. And I was like, imagine having so less to show in your skills that you put EPAD writing in your LinkedIn. And there are people who will eat it up also like, oh my God, you have 50 skills in LinkedIn. You are very smart. And then you open it and then there is stuff like wellness coach. Yes, so my only...
If you would turn to your right, you would know that the time is up.
Yes. Okay. Thank you everybody.
Thank you so much, participant number 1. And now, coming up, hopefully for 5 minutes, we'll be keeping track this time. Participant number 2.
Hi guys. So, Literature Fest, yeah? Having fun? Not at all. Damn. The judges are here, say something. Yeah, thank you. So, when you think of literature, can I get some names? Who do you think of? Who? Shakespeare. Sylvia Plath. You. Real, never Colin Hoover. You know what I think of? William Wordsworth. And the guy who thinks he's William Wordsworth. But he's William. I have no words worthy of you, man. Because, okay, you've seen these type of guys, okay, who think they're so good at literature, man. And they sound like a ChatGPT prompt that's come up like 10 minutes before the deadline. Like, I met one of these guys. Let me tell you about him, okay? So, when this happened, I was in a mall and this guy, we met randomly. By randomly, I mean I was scrolling through a Miniso and he was just there for 20 minutes with an empty basket. So very, very randomly, you know. And then he comes up to me and I was like, hi. And I expected a hello, not Hongdae guy. Like Hongdae guy came up to me and he's like, oh, you look pretty. Put your number in my iPhone 16 Pro Max. It was not an iPhone 16 Pro Max, it was a Redmi. What is going on here? But I gave, you know, my Instagram and everything and we started talking. And you know what happened? He started saying things like, I am such a mess, but I'm such a peaceful person at my core. That was so deep, man, deep into the friend zone. Wow. Like, who could even come up with that? And when it comes to chat GPT, okay, dating must be so hard, now that chat GPT is here. Like, it was already hard to impress your crush, let's be honest. And then comes this flower thing, and who's not like, answering when you're not asking and validating all your opinions. So I'm gonna ask a volunteer now. Anyone has chat GPT open? Okay. Open chat GPT on your phone, any one of you. Network nahi hai. Kisi ka hai? Okay. Flirt with chat GPT flirt with chat GPT, just give a name. No. It's voluntary, guys, don't worry. Okay, say something to chat GPT, flirty. Tell me what you're saying. Yeah, what's it saying back? Oh, damn. That's how breakups happen, It's because of your data usage. I wish I brought my phone here, but no. So yeah, chat GPT, whenever it talks to you, it's like, oh, my beautiful sunshine, how are you today? How are we supposed to compete with that, man? I just say what's up and hope that something happens. But yeah. How am I supposed to compete with that, man? But breaking up with them is hard because, it's the internet, it's not them. It's never them. But people who use ChatGPT to date, they can never have the realness of a guy who's so confident in themselves. They will give you everything but a comprehensive sentence. So what I'm saying is, get out there, get your heart broken by a real guy. Not an AI one, man, because then how will you even blame them? Thank you, guys.
Congratulations on sticking under the time limit. And now, finally, we have our third participant. Right, I forgot. He's from MIT. He never shows up on time, nor does he show up for anything. That, unfortunately, marks the end of our stand-up section. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for putting up with everything. The results will be announced during the valedictorian session. Please stick around then. I know it's a long wait, but trust me, it's worth it. Bye.
Good job, man. It's not that, right?
Push. Next we have a panel, so please don't leave the venue, please stay back.
In a country as diverse as India, every state, every city writes its own unique story. Bengaluru is a living library itself, dynamic, evolving, and always being rewritten. So today, let me take you to the city's most exciting book, the public reading culture. The chapters of this book are like no other. Its words refuse to stay still. They spill out of the book and onto the benches of parks, aisles of libraries, making their way through the public spaces. Today, I invite you to a panel that will unfold into chapters, each one filled with inspiration, knowledge, and the power of community, fueling the flames of solidarity. In the heart of Bengaluru lies Cubbon Park, under which a unique community gathers simply for one thing, to read. Hence, I introduce you to Cubbon Reads, which is a silent reading community created in 2023 by Shruti Saha and Harsh Nehanshu. Every Saturday from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m., literary enthusiasts from all over the city come together and are united by their love for books. The one and only ritual followed during the session is a group photograph, and warm intellectual conversations among strangers. Cubbon Reads is a space which reminds us that connections do not always require an exchange of words. Sometimes they flourish in the shared love for merely turning pages. Representing Cubbon Reads, we have with us today Mr. Athul Neelam Parambil. Reading holds the power of igniting voices, not in noise or in rage, but in thought and reason. This is exactly what Solazi, the Bengaluru chapter of the Vishnupuram Literary Circle, brings to this lovely city. This circle is a living and breathing space for committed readers to periodically meet in bookstores or anywhere where literature can find a home, and simply dive into discussions of specific books, constructing intellectual dialogue. Their mission is to promote high-quality literature, especially in the Tamil language, which is nurtured through gatherings, symposia, and award events. So please, put not just your hands, but your pages and your pens together as I warmly welcome Mr. Rajasekhar, representing Solazi Vishnupuram Literary Circle, Bengaluru chapter. Every book has a home. Some live in towering libraries, some on the internet, while some find their spot in quiet, comfortable little corners. Lalita's Book Nook is one such home. What began in 2022 as an online bookstore for the collection of rare and unique pieces of literature grew into cozy indie bookstore in Horamau, Bengaluru. It gathers children for specially crafted storytelling sessions, brings in the very authors to meet and host reading spaces for the intrigued audience, gradually building a place of belonging. So from the corners of a little library to our stage, please join me in welcoming Miss Lalita Murugeshan, representing Lalita's Book Nook. To guide the panel through the conversations that swim through the ocean of literature, we have with us today moderator Professor Kanchan Kaur. Professor Kanchan Kaur comes with nearly 4 decades of experience in journalism and journalism training. She has worked at news organizations like the Indian Express, New Delhi, the Deccan Herald, Bengaluru, and the Gulf News, Dubai, mainly as a reporter. She has been training journalists for the last couple of decades, and since 2015, she has worked in news and media literacy. Without further ado, I open this panel for discussion.
Yeah, hey. Okay, good. Mic's working.
Hello, how are you doing? I think that comedy act is going to be a little hard to follow, right? Right. So we're going to just go straight into it because we've got very little time to waste over here. So I'm going to get my question off the chest first. So according to me, or well, according to a lot of readers, reading is a very solitary act, right? So then how does reading in a community change this whole act of reading itself? And does a club like Solari have discussion and debate? And then how do you balance this whole thing about this whole introspective nature of reading with the social dynamics of a club, right? And do people actually come to book nooks or cupboard reads? Do they come for the book or do they come for the community? So how does that go, if we can just start off with a bit of an introduction and tell us what you think.
Okay, can you hear me? I think she gave a very good introduction about us. Even I want to ask who written that text. That's better than what I provided about Solari community. So we can use it. So let's jump to the question. Like she said, Solari is a group of readers. We gather together to discuss Indian literature. Basically translated into English or Tamil. We gather in a particular time and then we discuss together. The question is, reading is a solitary activity. Like it's ever before, and it's going to be like that in the future too. But when we read, we also carry a baggage, influence of the cultural, social, and also religious, and all the biases. So that's why critics like Harold Bloom say clear your mind of Kant. But discussing with someone is slightly different because it's a very conscious, intellectual, open-minded activity because we come to a space to seek another perspective. I think that makes it different. It's the same purpose that we read a criticism, that like to expand our reading or to enrich our reading experience. I think that makes it different. And the dual nature of a book club is it's self-reflection as well as it's a place for collective dialogue. So if you understand this nature, then the people who moderate that book club create a space for everyone who can come and share the perspective, diverse points, and then make sure you don't have to defend it. So that kind of environment, I think, will create a balance.
And do you want to talk about how you started?
So yes, a group of readers met in Bengaluru Literature Festival to attend author J. Mohan's speech. And we started sharing numbers, and now it turned out into a big reader group. Our group itself has 200 odd members. But when we gather, we get maximum 10 to 15 people, which is a good number, I believe. And through this group, we announce our events, like which book we are going to take next time, and then we will read and come back. We share our critical thoughts, and sometimes we invite critics to talk about it. We also organize the Meet the Author sessions. Yeah, that's how it started.
Yeah, hey, so again, I guess it's a literary fest, so having fun, I hope we make it fun for everyone. I've also arranged something, so I know how it turns out. So yeah, to answer your question, the answer to your question actually lies in the formation story of cupboard reads in itself. So in the story of cupboard reads, in how actually cupboard reads came out. So cupboard reads is not a book club. It definitely is not a book club. It's a community. It's people who come together for the act of reading. So the way we describe cupboard reads is that even if you're a single person who's turning up into Cupboard Park around 9 to 2, and you just have like something, you have like your BMTC key ticket stub, which has like letters printed on it, and you decide to read. Your cupboard reads. So that's how actually cupboard reads is. We call ourselves like a reading community. So how it turned out is that, again, as the introduction said, Harsh, Snehanshu, and Shruti, these are our founding curators. So they randomly decided one day, hey, we love reading. let's just go to Kaban Park. They love hanging out in Kaban Park, and they cycled from C.V. Ramanagar to Kaban Park every Saturday, and then they just started reading. And then their friends also like started, and I was one of those friends. So we decided, okay, let's just come, let's just hang out in this public space. You know, it's a good space to come together, read. It helped us also like get into reading, or like it promoted us to read, because like reading in itself is a solitary activity, yes, definitely. But being in a community, having that sense of community, having like, okay, there's someone else whom we can read together with, that sort of like pushes us, right? So that pushed us into coming together. And then the Instagram account started, Kaban Reads. And somehow, I guess a lot of people in Bangalore or even around the world, right now Kaban Reads is like our main chapter, and then there's like a lot of individual chapters called Reads. So a lot of people, human beings, they started relating to that sense of community. A community which bonds together through letters, through going through a world of like literature, just like how Jhumpa Lahiri written in like the namesake. Books are the way you travel to another place by sitting there itself. So I guess that sense of like solitary reading while connecting with human beings through that sense of community, that sort of like, you know, propelled Kaban Reads to form this very big community, a collection of beautiful individuals, and from Kaban Park through much more places. I think even Chicago we have like Reads. So it's all independent. It's all just independent people coming together just to read. So to answer your question, yes, it's a mix of both, at least from the perspective of Kaban Reads. It's about connecting with a lot of human beings through the act of like reading. And not only like fiction, non-fiction, anything. As I said, even if you're reading your BMTC ticket stub or like a shampoo bottle's contents, or like you're measuring the number of calories in your juice box, your Kaban Reads. So yeah.
Good afternoon. So we started, our book club is called as Albion Lit Leap Society. Albion is for the name of my bookshop. Lit Leap because I wanted my readers to take a leap into literature. Take a leap into literature, unknown literature basically. So that is how we started it. So, and why I started it was because I was already 3 years into the book industry. And my customers or the readers who visit my bookshop, they were very strong personalities individually. They had strong ideologies. The book sense was too good for me to cope up with as well. So it was just a random thought to put all those people together in one room and see the chaos. So that is how I wanted it to be started. So we have very different personalities there. And if to answer whether they come for your books or the community, I actually posted this question to the group last night. And they said, incidentally, it was the books. But now we are staying together for the community. Because we meet up on all first Sundays of the month. There is no reading happening at that point, because that 2 hours from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. it is pure interaction and conversation about the books that we read the previous month and the reading that we do in the current month, the following month. So what my point as a reader is, or a moderator, I would say, is to choose a theme for the month, and based on my reading things and all, I come up with a list of books that might suit everybody's needs. So it need not necessarily be a fiction. There is always a translated fiction, because that is how Lalita's Book Nook was started. We started off only with 100 books. I started off, and everything was a translated literature. It was not direct English literature. So that was my focus since the beginning. So now, if I have to tell a setup of, say, for example, 5 books. There will be one Indian translated book or a Indian literature. There is one Indian history book. There will be 2 other fiction from a translated literature, say Asian. Asian is close to us, say Korean or Japanese literature. Or there is another literature from other countries. So translated literature takes place in every month. Apart from that, there is Indian history and non-fiction, because people are interested to read self-help books. I am not very much comfortable with that. That is not my genre at all. I tell them don't go to that shelf, because on that shelf it is written as love yourself for me. So that is the thing. So don't step into that shelf, and that is the smallest shelf in my bookshelf. So that is how it is. So 5 or 6 pieces we choose every month, and it is up to them to finish it, not finish it. But then again, they make it a point to join the discussion, to know what has happened in that specific book. So I believe that people come to basically a bookshop or a reading club or any organization like that to find answers, not to read. So we need solutions for our real life problems or anything. So that conversation is what matters, I believe. Yeah.
And I think that conversation can only happen if there is a certain open-mindedness. Like he had said, there was this whole question of when you're reading, you need to be open-minded and you need to explore other areas. How much of that happens? And have you seen people actually changing their minds about ideas, about the way they read, about what they're doing? Have you seen that transformation take place in your spaces?
Hello. Yeah. So for us, as I told, we have very specific kind of books that I line up in my shelves. So you will not necessarily find it comfortable to read. There is taboo in every book that you pick up. There is LGBT fiction. There is something about the laws for the LGBT community, and there is too much about caste. There is Ambedkar there. So that is not very easy to pick up for a typical Indian reader. So my point is to push them to read it. So that is where LBN stands out, I believe, because I want to give them a space to try out new literature and also to be non-judgmental. So that matters a lot, I believe. Yeah.
Then what happens with you when you're looking at regional languages and you're looking at a very specific niche area? Then how do you get more people to actually explore that area of literature?
Okay, by volume, I think regional languages, literature are the majority, not the niche area. So even in the time of curation, when we announce a particular book, like this is what we want to discuss, there's a lot of debate goes internally. Like, shall we choose a novel opposite to the world that what we discussed in the last time, so that we consciously choose what has to be discussed. And also, on the other side, when people read and come to the gathering, we'll hear different perspectives. Some people say, no, I didn't get anything out of the book. And some people say it's very, eye-opening for me. And for some people, it's nothing. They don't want to discuss. And we give the space for everything. Because if someone don't want to talk and listen, that is also fine. But when we invite a seasoned reader or when a critic or someone spontaneously explained what they found in that book, that opens the door for someone. Even as a reader, I want to read because I want to become a better human being. I mean, that's the purpose of all the reader, I believe, because I want to find myself and the true myself, and I also understand the others. That is the whole purpose of reading, I believe. So when we gather together, and this is a kind of underlying factor, but you will hear different perspective. Completely, someone close to right wing, left wing, or someone want to take a very, a safe approach in explain what they understood out of the book. We will get to listen everything. That is important aspect of a book club, I believe.
This makes it very intense for me. I read for fun. I must confess. I'm reading because I'm having, along the way I get educated, this, that, the other, but I only read if I'm being entertained, even if it is, a philosopher or whoever else, Bertrand Russell or whoever else. But I need to enjoy it.
Definitely.
Right?
It has to be entertaining. So all the books I read, I find it entertaining too.
Actually,
so you have the largest numbers.
Yeah.
So how does that work?
Yeah, so I guess let's connect all these three questions together with coverage. So I guess it makes a difference for us because here we are not actually defining it in a structured manner, right? So here it's a community where obviously a lot of people would be there. It's definitely going to be multifaceted, a lot of different voices would be there. So there are people who are reading Ambedkar. There are people who are reading pro-Palestine books. There are people who are reading regional languages. There are people who are reading Camus. And no one reads Camus for fun or Dostoevsky for fun as much as I do. But yes, we do find Dostoevsky and we also find Kanan Gill. So, for us, it's more about the community. And even if you're reading for fun, even if you're reading for pleasure or for other purposes, in the end, reading does expand your horizon a bit. How much do you want to take it or not? That totally depends on who you are. So even if you check that picture, it's like one of our rituals which we do in the end of reading, where we gather, people who want to gather could gather, and we have like a little photo shoot, and then we give back our picture, the books back, and then we sort of discuss like, you know, the different books that's getting read. It's not a mandatory thing. It's basically if you want to discuss, you could discuss. So there are all these kinds of like discussions happen where we discuss caste, where we discuss geopolitics, and that inherently, I guess, organically sort of broadens up a person's horizon. But is that our main purpose? No. Our main purpose is just read, and I guess your theme is also like spaces of solidarity. So it's the solidarity in reading and like putting it out there, saying that, okay, we are readers and we are here, and we are a sense of resistance against, I don't know, what do you guys call it, brain rot? I'm quite out of the loop right now, but yes, our brains may be rotting, but I hope we sort of are resisting that rot quite a bit slower. So yes. No, do you want to add on to it?
So I actually want to come back to you and say you're basically reading Tamil, largely. Is that correct?
Yes, we read books in Tamil as well as in English, because when we pick a book, say for example,
it's
last
Tamil
time
literature in English, largely.
No, we picked up Marley Manigay written by Shivram Karan, and then next it's Kuratulun Haidar's River of Fire.
Okay.
So and the translation in Tamil and English, both of them are available.
Yeah. So what does it mean to be actually putting together a book club that is not looking at English in a city like Bangalore?
Okay, so this is a tricky question. I need to be politically correct when I answer this. So yeah, especially when it comes to Indian literature, based on my limited reading, I feel the books written in Indian languages, I don't want to use the word regional languages, Indian languages, either it's Kannada, Malayalam or Telugu, Urdu, Bengali, is much authentic to the culture that we live in, and also represent the true life, and something I can relate to. And if I think there is a quest for all readers to read and find something, and those books offer more than generally books I find directly written in English. That's my humble opinion. And that is one of the driving factor that we choose books from Indian literature. Maybe moving forward, we'll go to global literature again, translated in Tamil and English, but for conversing convenience, we do the conversation and discussion in Tamil.
And most of this is translated. So how big does a role do you think all of you translation plays in your reading circles? How important it is for you to have books that have been translated from various languages into various languages? How does that work?
I think that's the only bridge we have across languages, especially when we read a Kannada work, which I can't read Kannada or I can't read Urdu, but still we read the translation in Tamil or in English. Some logic sometimes works. If it's a southern language, I would pick up a Tamil translation rather than English, but if it is any other languages, I would pick up English. So a translation plays an important role, but sometimes it also backfires because of the translation quality, but still take a leap of faith and read that book, and it may offer something to you.
Yeah, translation is the key of democratizing literature, and not exactly translating into English, because like I guess in the dichotomy of India is that English is the language of like connection for the privileged, while it is the language of alienation for the people who are not coming from a privileged background. So yes, translation is key, is major, but we should, or like the more languages we are like translating the literary works into, and also as Rajshekhar mentioned, quality translation, because like there are so many nuances in Indian languages which I guess even English fails to capture. So it is a challenge, yes, but once achieved, it opens up a bigger, much more wider experience, which we also see in Cup and Reads. So in Cup and Reads, whenever we have like a local book or local language books, be it any language, which is not English, we actually ask our readers, okay, can you like sort of give an overview on what the book is about? And that seems interesting, because these are like excerpts out of like local experiences, right? So that actually makes readers, okay, search out for these books and like find translations. So yes, it is a biggest part of democratizing literature.
So, as I said, translated fiction or non-fiction for that matter is always finding a place in our reading list. It's like default. Either you read your own mother language kind of a book, or else you switch to a translated fiction. So that is a very key concept that we follow here. And why translations is because it connects people together. I am a Tamilian. I could have a Kannadiga in my group. There is a Hindi-speaking person. So how do I relate to them? I think books are the translated books are the ones that connect different cultures and gives a sense of unity among people. I get to know how what happens in a Malayali home, for example. What happens, say, for example, we have K.R. Mira books that we read in the club, and there is now we have Heartland, which has won. So translated works are much more important for a country like us, which is very diverse. I do not know what happens in Kolkata, but I could pick it up and read from one of the books translated from there. So the lives are also different. So translated fictions or non-fiction, or a book that is translated from English to the other languages, it creates better knowledge for people and better understanding of different cultures as well. And you become more empathetic, basically. Yeah.
And how do the dynamics work? But how does the conversation happen when you're having a book that is probably translated from Malayalam or Tamil or whatever, and is being read by somebody else from a different language,
Yes.
and you are discussing that book? So what happens then?
See, for example, since I am a Tamilian, there is a Tamil book, it is already present, who has a Tamilian in the group who has read it already in Tamil. So they would suggest that book, and I would find a relevant English translation. I will suggest it to the group. The idea is to understand the ideology described in the book. So if it works for the entire community, then we will pick it up. That is how it works. So
My question is, after they read it, after they read it, how do the conversations go? What is the kind of, what are the discussions that they have? Are they talking about the culture? Are they talking about the book? Are they talking about what?
So basically, about the conversation is basically about the concept. We do not get into what language it is translated from or anything. What matters the most is the crux of the book, and what psychologically how it is affecting you, or what is the what is the base concept of it that we are getting into. Say, for example, there is a book called Toilet Seat by Lata. It is a different book in Tamil, but it is translated recently. So what concept it is described in, but in Tamil it is very difficult to read because it is not very easy read. So when it comes to English, how does it affect you? So that is how it works.
Actually, quite to add on that, that's a very interesting aspect, because even CR also, what we see is that for us, it's more about the fun, yes, people do discuss it very deeply also, but say, for example, there was, again, to quote an example, quite some time ago, we had like an increase in the number of people who was reading like Benjamin's Aadujeevitham or The Goat Life. So there's the English translated version, and then there's the Malayalam version of that. So there were a lot of people who like read the book, and they were during our discussions we had like a lot of like great discussions on the book. So the crux of the book still remains same. But then a Malayali who read it in Malayalam, they come and they say, okay, this particular thing, it doesn't quite translate into that. And then they explain that. So it's a fun activity. Again, as discussed earlier, it opens up your mind to a lot of experiences which are quite alien unless you actually read it and actually interact with it. So that kind of a dynamic where it's also fun for your brain. It actually gives you like a dopamine boost or like fun mental exercise, but also like opens up your experiences. That is interesting. That is quite great.
Just want to clarify one point before I talk about translation. Reading modern literature or Indian literature or Silly literature is super fun. Especially, you know, like a book like A Crime and Punishment. If you see Raskolnikov, Flesh and Blood, that's really fun, trust me. And yeah, coming back to the translation, yes, there are two aspects to it. One is certain books are close to our culture that we are exposed to, irrespective of it's written in another language. I think Srinath Perur is one of the speaker here. After when I read Gacha Gochar, after cross the second page, I felt I'm reading Tamil. So there are certain books work so well, you don't have to work a lot. And then something you can come and discuss very well. And other aspects of this, like this Return to the Soil on Marley Manige by Sriram Karanth, this whole life I'm not aware of, about the side of Kundapura, especially in 1940s and how it transformed. Today it's a different life altogether. And then similarly, any book that you read, translated, especially right now we are reading this River of Fire, or even before that, any book, it suddenly gives a new life that I've never seen. I don't think I will go to a city and live that life, but it gave me that near life experience. That's how the discussion happens around that.
So I'm going to take off from what you said and into this whole current so-called problem that we seem to have. I don't know if it's a problem or it's not, you have to tell me, of non-reading. People don't, I've been told again and again, people don't read, they watch 3 minutes Instagram reels and they watch videos. I've noticed that a few years ago with my students, when I asked them to search for something, they stopped going to Google, they'd go to YouTube, to read. So do you see that phenomenon?
I guess now it's ChatGPT.
Sorry?
I guess now it's ChatGPT.
It must be ChatGPT. But the point is, are they actually not reading, or are we not giving them what they want to read? Is that a problem?
I guess you can see
we're just turning up and saying, no, read Dostoevsky. I'm like, what? Dostoevsky will send you into a spin. But seriously, but you could read Dostoevsky, you could read Tale of Two Cities. But the point is, how do you then deal with that whole problem of non-reading?
Just see the number of people who are coming to Cubbon Park on a random Saturday morning. You could feel reassured about that concern, man. Yeah, people are reading. People are quite reading. At least that's what Cubbon Reads is seeing. And interestingly enough, people are going back to physical books. Yeah, people want to own stuff that termites eat, maybe, but also have like a physical library. So we have some bookstores nearby Cubbon Park. So again, it's about the space and it's about the community. So having a community, having spaces like we have over here, it sort of prompts us. I guess it just needs like some people to connect with in the end and to stay together, which would bring the best out of us. So when there's like a community of readers, we go together to these bookstores, we buy more books, and seeing us buying more books, reading together, it acts as a positive feedback loop. And we see that the number of people are like just growing up. Every Saturday we see at least a minimum of like 20 new people who are attending Cubbon Reads. And even if like some people have left, maybe permanently, maybe temporarily for like from Bangalore, there's always an offset that happens. So we see that reading isn't dead. Reading has been dead for like 70 years, I guess.
So about non-readers or making them a reader, I think the more difficult job is to help them to pick the right book, to convince them that no, Colin Hoover is not right, or no, you don't have to get into psychology the first time, or don't pick up Ikigai as the first book of yours, or don't go for Alchemist. That is the difficult part for me as a bookseller, because they come with a standard first-time reader. There is a set of 20 or 10 to 20 books that is suggested by the bookstagrammers or the book reviewers, where they say, okay, these are the books that you have to read, so you become a good reader. Trust me, Alchemist never worked for me. I loved 11 Minutes better. So,
I read Dan Brown, what the first book in an auto ride.
Oh, okay. So that is how it is. Say, for example, Siddhartha by Hermann Hesse. It didn't work for me. But there is another book which is not much known. It is called Narcissus and Goldmund. It's a very, very good book, and it takes you for a spin. You get to travel with the characters. So the fun part of reading is what is not known, because the booksellers do not tell it out often. We have to, I believe, it is the main job of a bookseller. It is not just to sit on the counter and make money. I have to take the effort to guide the reader or a non-reader or a first-time reader to the correct book. So the basic question I will ask if they are a non-reader is, what series do you watch on Netflix? It gives the direct answer to what their taste is. So I'll just pick the book accordingly to them, and it works most of the time. So that is why the readers come back for suggestions. So the problem is the person who is suggesting has to have the connect with the person. Otherwise, it doesn't work. That is why, that is how we built our community at LBN, because they come with, to be honest, I act like a therapist in my bookshop, because they come with real life problems. To quote an example, a couple of days back, one of my readers, this month was supposed to be humor fiction, because they had too much of heavy reading last 3 months. I told, shut everything up, read humor, take P.G. Wodehouse or anything, or Cairo Nisa's books or something. But she deliberately went and read God of Small Things. Oh. And and she came to me late in the night and she said, Lalita, this has been very hard. I told her, why did you pick it up? I never told you to pick that book now. So she had to rant it out for one whole hour. And I said, you write it out in the group so that you'll forget about it. That trauma stands longer.
But
to be honest.
To ask
for me, I read Norwegian Wood back in 22 or 21 sometime. And it was like 1 week I was not to get out of that loop. So books are traumatic as well, and it can be fun. There are, say for example, if you want to learn about economics, you don't have to have a thick book. There is a book called Cartoon of Economics and Networking and all. Yes, there are a lot of books that has come up with different types of books there are. You can pick a comic for a very tough concept, or there are small handbooks sort of thing with just the important stuff. The problem for a non-reader is they do not know what to read. And they do not have the right person to guide them. If you put them in the right spot, the same person who I told about, she was not reading for a few years. She found us in April. April, May, June, she finished 10 books back to back. Together, 10 books was a huge achievement for me as a bookseller, as a reading club owner. But also, she felt so happy, and like it is an achievement for her. So that sort of push I have to give as a moderator in the club, as well as there should not be judgments. So, yeah.
So that's the bone I want to pick with you. When you say judgments.
Yes.
Right? I grew up reading James Hadley Chase. I will confess. Right? So I'm sure a lot of people here don't know
my
what James
mother,
is,
she
or
used
who
to,
James
my
Hadley.
mother grew up reading Mills and Boons.
Yeah.
And she had a Harold Robbins. I haven't read it yet.
Yeah.
So she
Harold
hid it
Robbins
from the
worst.
shelf. I don't.
It's the worst. I can tell you. It's the worst. But so because I read one entire summer of Harold Robbins, I had to read one entire summer of Thomas Hardy. So that's a different question. But the point is, how do we decide what is a good book, not a good book? Well, I know there are standards and whatever else, but shouldn't we let people explore the bad books and the good books for them to arrive at good literature?
I feel the problem with exploring too much is that they'll find a bad book and stop reading. I do not want that to happen, to be honest, because there are people.
The bad book is in our idea that Colin
is
Hoover
what-
is bad.
No,
but
no,
they
no.
will read the whole of Colin Hoover and then hopefully go on to J.K. Rowling and then possibly to Sadie Smith.
I have children visiting me in my bookshop. There's a 12-year-old who told me that I've finished Harry Potter. I said, okay, move on to something else. I don't know. I need dark books. And there are 14-year-olds who are asking me, Auntie, give me a Colin Hoover book. I said, no, dude, even I don't read it. Why would I give it to you? So it's not about a bad book. It is about maybe the fear for me is that would you stop reading by picking that specific book? Instead, I would push you to a positive side where you will continue reading in some way. That is the idea, basically. It is not about a bad book. It is about the bad choices that we might make, which would stop them from reading. Yes.
No, so just to add on to that, I have a question. So doesn't it become like tiring for you as a person? Because even, I guess this dark, they're asking for dark book because like Netflix, like I guess 14-year-olds are exposed to sacred games and like, dark stuff themselves. So doesn't it tire you as a person when you moderate it?
It is exhausting, to be honest, but I love it. Okay. I love it when they finish the book and come with that bright smile and the charm in their eyes saying that, oh, I love this book. This did something to me. There is one book called When Things Don't Go Your Way by Heyman Sunim something. I don't remember the name. That I randomly gave it to one of my readers because she likes something that peps her up. And late in the night at 11:30, she texts me and saying that I've been looking for answers all my life. I got this one. Thank you for that. So that is what matters. That effort I need to put in as a bookseller. That is what I believe in. Yeah.
I agree with her. And some guidance is important. Not because of they will lose interest, because it can't engage one for a long time. I started reading popular fiction, and it was an accident to start reading interesting literature for me. But I think guidance would help them to find the right books. And this, when it comes to trend or taste, when it comes to popular fiction, it always changes. When I introduced Harry Potter to my daughter, she found it outdated. And then maybe she found it, I forgot the book name, it's a trilogy based on his Dark Materials, I forgot the name of the book. And she found it more interesting, Philip Pullman, and she found it more interesting than Harry Potter. So that's going to change forever. So if you want to, after some point of time, and she give me something interesting to read, then we have to introduce some good books, and definitely they will find their, the right books to read. That's something you can't guide forever. And like you said, we are living in the era of video consumption. Everything is video, but it's not a problem with the younger generation. Even my parents are looking into more videos than reading now. But Gen Z are going back to the printed books. The bookstores are coming back because of them. That's also an interesting phenomena to look into.
So have your readers changed over time? Have they been, the way they relate to the books, the way they relate to a bookshop or to your community, have they changed? Has this whole culture of reading changed because of the videos and the Instagram reels and everything else? Has the way they read, I mean, I know the way I read is you were talking about physical books. I'm very Catholic. I will listen to an audio book. I will read on the Kindle. I will read a physical. I just need to read, whichever way, right? So, but has that sort of affected the way people, But then I'm a die-hard reader. But has it affected the younger generations who are going to be reading, or will it stop them from reading after a bit?
I think too much of video consumption definitely will affect your reading pattern for sure. But again, I don't want to blame the younger generation. The reading kids will read for sure. And irrespective of the exposure to the video or the Instagram or social media or any digital and platform. But digital also playing a level field. A lot of contents are available today. People read quickly on the mobile phone than me. I know a person who read Brother Karamazov in the phone. And I was awestruck when he mentioned that. And a lot of people read in Kindle, a lot of people read in their laptop and books. So yes, device and medium should not be a problem. The people who want to read definitely read, but too much of distraction is also there.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to not or to deny it. There's a attention span issue that's happening like quite now. Even I have it. I guess a lot of people are finding that. But I guess that's where the space is coming to picture, because having a space dedicated to reading, which is safe, which does not judge you, even if you lose your attention span after like 4 minutes or something, or you can like sit there for hours and like keep on reading. If a space being there, and if a person is willing to push themselves out to come into that space, then I guess that act in itself is like a first step into reading. And yes, so when Carbon Reads started, people wanted that space, people actively seeked out that space, and then being physically present in that space is quite improving the reading culture, I feel, at least in Carbon Reads. A lot of people started like, okay, we'll just try it out for like 30 minutes or something. Now we see them like sitting around for like 2 to 3 hours, which is like really fantastic to see, right? So yes, I guess space and having a space present and connecting to that space really matters in that. And that's what Rajsekhar and Lalda also like have achieved.
Yeah, but these are people that we're talking of who are already introduced to reading, right? So how do you then introduce people who don't come from a reading culture? Now you have, I remember even when I was younger and when I was, like I said, carried 10 books in my bag, there were people who said, oh, you're reading a novel, like you were committing a sin, right? So there are still people who do tell you, you know, that you should, how do you deal with that? How do we change that?
Okay, since digital presence is there, but I feel like read anyway, that is fine, but the one positive aspect of everything being on the Instagram and Reels is that the authors and publishers are also there. So even the bookshops are there. So we also have our viral trends going on. There is Bookstagram reviewers there, and Bookstagram community completely is there. And even in Twitter we are there. So that is also creating a viral trend in its own way, so that the books, say for example, there were recent books about he's 33, she's 21. I believe everyone knows here. So that is a trend. So yeah, so that is a trend. So everything becomes a trend, everything becomes viral. So why not books? So that way, people will either pick a Kindle or they will pick a book, so that to understand what is happening. It doesn't, I think reading is not like back then, oh, are you reading is not anymore. Because everybody reads in some form or other, yeah.
But interestingly enough, for Sia, what we see is that, yes, there is that social media presence that's there. And quite frankly, it is like a kind of a trendy thing. It's a privileged thing, yes. But then when they come to Carbon Reads, they are like, okay, this is so slow. This is like laid back. They're just reading. And then they start to, connect with that. And I guess for people who are actually interested in that silent reading thing, the fact that really pulls them is the fact that pulls them back to Carbon Reads is the fact that this is not hustle. This is where you can actually like chill, relax, and read. So if anyone says, okay, you are doing something which is like, unconventional, let them say.
So since he talked about silent reading, I also run it on all Sundays 4 to 6. When I put a post saying silent reading circle, nobody turns up. Because they cannot be silent. They have to have conversations. I tell them, pick a book, sit down and read, don't talk. That doesn't work. But they will all be present on the first Sundays because they can have a conversation. So silent reading doesn't work. You have to read in your own space. Even for me, I cannot read in a different space. So I have to find the comfort of my home, my own sofa or my own table or a corner near the balcony, somewhere where it is comfortable. But they will all be present for the first meetup. So that is how it works, yeah.
I think to bring or convert more non-readers to reading, we need more champions like Atul and Carbon Reads, because we talk about social media as a distraction, but Carbon Reads is popularized through social media as a fact. So we can look at that as a positive side also.
Before I go to the next question, I just want to point out when you said slow, it's so slow. I don't watch movies because they take 3 hours. I can read that movie script in less than an hour. So it's faster actually than watching movies. But talking of spaces, is it that Bangalore doesn't have enough spaces for quiet reading? Do we really need a space for quiet reading? Because like if you were to say, I would read on metro, I would read standing in a queue to pay my bill. Those days you couldn't pay online, so you had to stand in a queue to pay your bills. So I read in the train, I'd read anywhere that we go. But do we really need a quiet space? And does Bangalore lack those quiet spaces? Do homes lack those quiet spaces? Why would they come?
I think an urban space like Bangalore has more opportunity to do that. Look at Lalita's Book Nook or the space we use, Ata Galata or Bookworm, or go to NGMA. There are a lot of space, Cubbon Park. There are a lot of space to do that rather than in a second-tier city. But yeah, I think it starts from home. We should cultivate that habit to create a space for reading, like you have a furniture like dining table, sofa, by a reading table too.
So Cubbon Reads is in a park. So yes, the aspect of it being in a park is itself very intentional, right? Because like, yes, you can read in your place. We find people reading in metros and all. Yes, all those exist. So what is the benefit of it being in a park is that it becomes a community. It becomes a place where we are showing our togetherness and like we gather, we have that sense of like community over there. And Bangalore doesn't lack any space. I guess on the contrary, Bangalore actually provides space. Bangalore is a very great area for spaces to commune, not only for reading, for any activity. Like Bangalore provides a lot of spaces for that. So I guess it's not about like actually the lack of spaces, but could it be improved? Yes. So we have like parks which close around like 6. Oh, they stopped that? Okay. Oh, right through. Oh, that's great. So again, all these kind of aspects, right? Those actually benefit like a lot of people like coming together. So yes, spaces do exist, and spaces being present is a very strong statement in itself, and it actually benefits like people. So parks in itself is the space in itself is very democratized, right? There isn't any hierarchy over there. It's just you come, you go. Reading also hopefully should be very democratized, and yes, that is where it always was. So yes, I guess that's where the space aspect comes from for CR.
With respect to the reading spaces in specific, I don't think we need more, because we have enough space as small as your home. So you can start reading at home space or in your apartment community. You have association in your apartments or in your colony. So you can set up your own reading space there. You can have something specific to your location. Say, for example, I am based out of Hormavu, Banaswadi area, or Kamanali is close by. So that's a specific zone. You can have a centric place. And the major issue is the traffic. I have people who are traveling from all the way from Banargata to Hormavu so that they come to the store and read, which is, I feel it is very tiring for them. So I wouldn't prefer stepping out of the home just for this. But also, there has to be a way where reading is brought, make it as a common habit. Like, let it be a common thing, like how you conduct sports in your location. Let reading also be a common activity. Let it be an everyday activity. Start from home. Get newspapers. Newspapers have supplements for the children. It starts small. So once you start small, the children will gather together, share the books, make a setup in the apartment, have your own small library set up in the apartment. It is as simple as that. We do not have to travel all the way across the city to a different place just for the sake of reading. Yeah.
I think the lack of space is here, not in the physical space.
So that was my last question. If you were to, if there was one thing you wanted to do to support this whole culture of reading, or if there's one thing you have as a dream, what would that be?
I think we need to start small. Like I mentioned, we have a lot of furniture, have a small bookshelf, couple of books. Talk about the books, even when you go to a conversation with others who don't read. We need more champions to talk about reading everywhere.
again, from a space perspective, I always like bring more. So again, to add on to what Lilitha also said, so it's just not about the act of reading, but there's also a lot of stuff that's like associated with the act of reading. Like maybe if you want to like come together to a place where you want to read or like discuss books, so maybe traffic may cause an issue where it may stop people from coming. So in the end, it's about that human evolution of human into something like a better social state, right? So a lot of stuff, like say for example, if the parks keep more street lights at parks, it's a very simple thing, but it makes it a much more safer space, and maybe readers could like read more in those spaces, or like better traffic planning could actually help like people commute and attend cultural literary fests, which really help the people like broaden their horizon. So these are like stuff which aren't actually directly related to reading, but also like in the bigger picture actually like helps in overall development of the human.
Regarding how it has to go forward, I think we have to start from the school, because there are some schools which have something called as a reading champion, or they give the avid reader of the month. In one of my son's schools, they have it. So avid reader of the month, they have to read the book, give a review of the book, attach a picture, and a teacher asks questions. They're not that difficult, but at least to an extent that pushes the children to read. And a lot of exhibitions like ours, like we have it here, educational institutions should come up and make reading as a culture altogether. That is how we have to go about it. Like how taking reels for Instagram is a culture now, reading has to move forward in that way. And I think it is the responsibility of every reader as well to be loud about reading. You do not have to hide that you are a reader, or say that you are an introvert, I don't want to talk. No, readers are talkative, readers are extroverts in their own way. So you have to step out and shout about reading, about the book that you read. Only then it will create interest in people. Otherwise, it will not work. For my bookshop, my younger one, 8-year-old, if I tell him to read, say for example, a diary of Wim Pickett, he will not pick that. He'll instead go and pick up a comic about Bhagat Singh or Ambedkar. I just leave it out quietly. So that confidence is needed for the children as well, and non-judgmental again. The community has to be non-judgmental. Only then it will work. Yeah.
One thing I want to add to what Lilitha said, that I want to echo that be vocal about reading, because like I actually saw a meme on Instagram saying performative new generation experiences, reading in public spaces. How is that even performative? Like the same thing was said in 1790s when women were reading. Oh my God, a woman is reading novels, how can they? So let us read. Read. Who's gonna care what others say? Just read.
And more literature festivals like this. It is coming up. It is becoming a culture now, which is really, really good. Good for my business as well.
Thank you. That was a really lovely chat that we had. Thanks very much. Hope you enjoyed. I believe we don't have time for questions here, but I think you can speak to them later. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you to our esteemed panel and panelists for sharing your insightful perspectives on the public reading culture. We appreciate your time, expertise, and passion for literacy. I'd also like to thank Professor Kanchan Kaur for guiding this informative discussion with precision and clarity. I'm sorry, audience, we don't have time for questions, so may I request Dr. Neeja ma'am to hand over a token of appreciation to our respected panelists.
I request everybody to settle down as the event will begin shortly. Translation is more than the simple act of converting languages and words from one language to another language. It's essentially an art. Good afternoon to everybody present here. I am Srinidhi Prerepa, a second year BA Psychology student, and I'm beyond honored to be your MC for today's panel discussion. Translation is the art form that bridges cultural gaps, the art form that allows people from diverse backgrounds to not only understand but also appreciate each other. To take works of love, passion, and drive and bring it to a wider audience while not once compromising one bit on the essence, meaning, writing style, and emotion of the writer. This is the charm of translating. And translators, they're more than just language experts. They're professionals with keen skills acting as cultural mediators, bridging the gaps between different worlds. This art of translation is what we're here to talk about. Our panelists today, Mr. Srinath Perur and Mr. Rahul Soni, will speak about literary reception, techniques and approaches, look at translation as an art form, and even look into the ethical considerations with regards to translation. I introduce you to Mr. Srinath Perur, who's both an author and a translator. Srinath Perur is the author of If It's Monday, It Must Be Madurai, a book about traveling with groups. He is also the translator from Kannada to English of Vivek Shanbhag's books Gharchar Ghochar and Sakina's Kissas, as well as Girish Karnad's memoirs This Life at Play. His writing centers largely around science, travel, and books, and he's appeared in prominent publications including India Today, Fountain Ink, The Indian Quarterly, and many more. The other specialist on our panel today is writer and translator Mr. Rahul Soni. He is currently editor-at-large with HarperCollins Publishers India, and he has previously been associated with Writers' Side, the largest literary agency and consultancy in South Asia. He was also co-founder and editor of the pioneering multilingual literary journal Pratilipi and its imprint Pratilipi Books. He has also been a Charles Wallace Wisting Fellow in Literary Translation at the University of East Anglia. He's also received the Sangam House Fellowship while being selected for the OMI International Arts Center Writing Residency at Leydig House, New York. And moderating today's panel discussion is Dr. Suchitra Ramachandran, writer, literary translator, and co-founder of MODI, an initiative that aims to bring together literatures from various Indian languages and provides a platform for critical discourse. Dr. Suchitra writes fiction in Tamil and translates between Tamil and English. She has several accolades in her bag, winning the Asymptote Close Approximations Prize for Fiction Translation in 2017. She was also selected under the South Asia Speaks Mentorship Program for 2022. The Abyss, a translation of Tamil writer Jayamohan's novel Yelham Ulagam, which was also her first full-length translated work, was published by Juggernaut Books in 2023 and later shortlisted for the ALTA First Translations Prize in 2024. Thank you for joining us today. Over to the panelists.
Thank you so much. And it's such a pleasure talking to you today, Srinath and Rahul. We're going to be talking about translations, literary translation today. And whenever the topic of translation comes up, one anecdote that always never fails to make me smile is how in '97, there was an issue of the New Yorker centering on Indian literature, in which Salman Rushdie famously said that out of all the Indian literature he had read, the only sort of worthwhile writing seemed to be in English. And this he said in '97, 25 years ago. And I think that things have definitely changed, that this focus on English as being this medium of Indian literature has definitely shifted. I think my first question to the both of you is, what do you consider to be Indian literature today? Just falling off of that idea, what do you consider to be Indian literature today, if we can have responses from both of you?
Is this on? Yeah. Hi. It's such a lovely campus. It's my first time here, so I'm thrilled to be here. Thanks, Sujitra. And thanks, Aishwarya, for calling us. I don't know if I've ever thought about what Indian literature is. I suppose it's similar to fish and water. It's all around us, so I've not had to consider it. I suppose work produced by Indians in Indian languages that pertains to India is in some way Indian literature. But coming to English, since we're discussing this in English and all of us work with English as at least one of those, the limbs of our work, one of the things I'm quite pleased about is that there seems to be a platform where there is an Indian literature in English that includes translated texts as well as books written in English. And I don't know if it's an illusion, but over the last few years, I seem to perceive that each one of them is benefiting from the other. That some years ago, again, generalizations are always wrong, but sometimes you use them to make a point. Maybe 10, 15, 20 years ago, if you picked up a shelf of translations produced in India, many of them would feel stilted in their language and so on. And that, I think, is that is the quality of translations in that aspect is improving quite substantially. And similarly, on the other side, with books written in English, I think they're strong. At the time that you mentioned, when Salman Rushdie said this, we had a mostly expat bunch of people who were writing books in English. So Indian literature in English was coming, and I guess the immigrant experience was very important and so on. And from there, at some point, it shifted towards people who live in Indian cities, and you had great books about our cities and so on. So I think it had to do with the people who were able to write and who had the confidence to write, and in some ways had the social capital that allowed them to, dare to think of writing and being published and so on. And I like the fact that this has come to the languages now, and that these books are being read next to each other.
What you said, basically, right? I mean, Indian literature is such a vast idea. I mean, you can't. There's no one definition of it except just to say, okay, it is literature that comes from India, and of course, it includes writing in English as well as all the other languages that we have. I don't think, though, Srinath, that there is a new confidence in writing in languages other than English. It was always there. It's just that the self-importance of people writing and reading primarily in English has perhaps lessened to an extent, and now admits the existence of other literatures. And so we recognize that there is a lot of great writing happening in other languages as well, not just in English. It's not the only language of literature for us. And that's a recognition that's for primarily English language people, as I guess a lot of us here are. It's not an objective fact. The confidence, I think, was always there. There's a lot of literature, a lot of great literature from centuries ago. Yeah.
No, I was talking about the quality of translations available in English, not the fact that there wasn't any writing in those languages.
Yeah, got it. Sorry. Yeah. I mean, yeah. On the other hand, I would also disagree there. As someone who has worked in publishing, I would say the fact that we are seeing a lot more fluent translations now, less stilted, that is down to the fact of the invisible work of a lot of editors and agents and agencies that goes into these translations. I wouldn't say it's that we necessarily have far better translators now. But I have digressed very far from.
No, that's okay. There's a reason why I asked such a broad question, because Rushdie clearly set up a there's English versus the non-English. And when we think about translations, this often becomes a question that's always at the back of our heads as translators or as people working in English, that we are somehow in this liminal space between the two worlds. And there's a sense in which there may be a bit of a power structure there, because a work appearing in English suddenly gets it a burst of new readers, there's literary prizes and all that. So that's where I think I was trying to come from, and I think your answers gave a bunch of directions in which the conversations could go. The quality of the translations themselves, the visibility that the works have, and all these things. So just for the benefit of our viewers here, since you've had a long career in as a translator in publishing, can you give us your personal view of how the translation scene has changed over the past 20 years? What's different? What's new? Just very briefly.
Yeah, I'd say there's a lot more conversation around translation now. That's certain. There are more prizes that translations are eligible for. That did not always used to be the case. It still isn't, surprisingly, for a lot of prizes, actually. On the other hand, prizes have never really meant anything in terms of sales or readership, and that is still very much the case.
I'm surprised to hear that.
Unless it's the Booker or the Nobel, Indians do not really care for literary prizes. Our standards are high. But yeah, I mean, disappointingly, what I have been seeing is that it is conversation that this is limited to, the interest that the world at large seems to have. There will be a Tomb of Sand, there will be a Heart Lamp that will come along. The success of those books will not translate to better sales for any other works in translation, not even the same authors, other books.
I see. Would you have anything to add, Srinath? The question of what's changed over the last 20 years in the translation space. What do you feel? Is there something?
Yeah, so I do a lot of these events. There are book launches and there are panel discussions of various sorts. And quite often at the end of it, 2 or 3 people come up to me and say that I'm working on a translation. And can I, send you a sample? Can I talk to you about this, and so on? And I do notice a burst of enthusiasm in people wanting to translate. And I suppose there is a lot of discussion around it as well. I remember that when I did my first translation, which was published in 2015, it was really hard to find a publisher. Everyone rejected it except for one publisher, and they ended up publishing it. Everyone was like, it's a translation, nobody reads translations. And I find a huge difference. Now, publishers seem to be actively interested in publishing translations. They're seeking them out. And this is a big change, according to me. And about more people translating, I don't know. This friend of mine once said about Urdu poetry that more people write it than read it. And I don't, and maybe we are heading to the same, similar zone with translation as well, I don't know. But there certainly is a lot more talk, and there seems to be more interest in it.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think there's this, conversations around translations for sure. I don't know about readership, you're saying there's not as much of a market for it, but there's certainly there's a difference clearly over the past 20 years. Why do you think that readers are more interested in reading works that weren't originally written in English, that might have a different flavor from works written in English originally?
Well, I have a personal theory about this. So I started translating personally because I had a sense of inauthenticity at some point. My primary language of expression was English, and and some part of me did not feel whole with just that. So there was this desire. So I was actually fined for a while at school if I spoke anything other than English. And I think many of us have had that kind of an experience with our formative years, and which sort of developed this sort of aversion perhaps to our own languages. And I think a realization of all of this led me to want to work with Kannada. And although I was writing other stuff at the time, I wanted to do at least one project with Kannada. And that's how I ended up doing my first book. And that became quite successful. So whatever, I was stuck on for a bit longer. I don't know how much longer I'll stay with this. But I suspect that many other people around this time have had a similar realization. I cannot be alone. And there must be a longing in several people to connect to where they come from, to connect to the past, and go back and see oneself as part of a larger whole in a way. And I suspect there's something of that sort happening. And and of course, Rahul gets to be a cynic because he sees the numbers every day. I don't, so I can be a foolish optimist about these things. And I do think this will grow into something more meaningful, and it'll be here to stay, or at least it's a hope.
We were talking about this earlier in the when we were having an informal chat, and one of the things very close to this was how there's a burgeoning interest in rediscovering one's folk deities and getting in touch with with the roots, with the traditions. So maybe there's a sense in which people want to seek out translations through for those reasons as well, to really understand who they are, and maybe that's why a lot of people want to translate as well. They just want to try it out to see whether those emotions can come out, I suppose. Rahul, but do you have an opinion on this? Is this?
I mean, I'd agree with Srinath that there is, I think, longing for or wanting to read a different sort of story than we have been seeing, especially in Indian writing in English, which I think even now tends to come from a very privileged space, from writers of a certain class, of an urban background. Usually they have a foreign education, all of that. And at some point, I guess, you start to feel the staleness of the stories. Not to say that the works are necessarily lacking or qualitatively not good, but you just start to see a certain sameness to the background, to the milieu, to the characters. And yeah, maybe there is a kind of longing to connect to other sorts of stories. And I would think that that is the reason. I mean, Gachar Gochar, I think, was one of the, it still is one of the only, to my mind, really authentic portrayals of an urban Indian life that is not upper class or from the really very rich, privileged spaces. And I think that is what helped it connect to so many readers and made it what is, I mean, it's still an exception in the number of people it reached. But yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah, can I just add to what he just said? Yeah. And the people who had that kind of life are only now in a position to read about it in English.
Right.
And they will hopefully be the market from now on who are going to buy all those books and prove Rahul wrong in a few.
I mean, but there are two ways to think about this, right? So certainly English is an aspirational language, an aspirational space of expression. But many of these stories, for example, Gachar Gochar was originally written in Kannada. So there were plenty of stories which exist in a literary milieu within the specific language ecosystem, Hindi or Kannada or Tamil. And it's only now coming into English. And there's the parallel phenomenon in which the aspirational English now becomes the language of the classes who might not have access to it in the past. Is there a difference between these two kinds of writings that you might see, either as editor, translator, reader? And when I say difference, it could be in the form, narrative.
So, sorry, what are the two kinds of writing you're talking about?
One is the writing which centers on sort of the non-mainstream sort of themes, but that was originally written in a language other than English. And there's a burgeoning market for work from such stories that come originally in English, right? So is there a difference, is my question.
I don't know. I think we haven't seen enough works come from our languages for me to get a good enough picture right now.
Right.
Or in English from outside those circles just yet, I think.
Right. So I think this sort of leads me to the next question, which again we touched upon when we were talking earlier, which is something about the quality of a lot of works that are written in English. There's this tendency, again a generalization, which could be wrong, but this tendency to call it an MFA style work, or the fact that a lot of first novels tend to be campus novels, or tend to be how I became a writer kind of novels, or about the life of upper class Delhi inhabitants. You know the picture. But again, this is not to create a generalization, because of course writers write about what they know best. But then when I read a novel like Bride in the Hills, right, Kuvempu's Bride in the Hills, that just came out in a good translation, the words you used really resonated with me. It's dense, it's packed with detail. That's not something that you see in the novels that are written in India in English. There seems to be something different in the styles, but that could also, like you were saying earlier, have somewhat negative connotations, because the style with translated fiction we find is often looser, often sometimes having discontinuities. The form might not be as tight. So how, because even when they are marketed, they are clearly marketed as fiction written in English and translated fiction. So is there a difference between these two kinds of books? And going back to the question on Indian literature, are we able to see all of this as the same kind of Indian literature, or are we subconsciously telling that these are different kinds of writing? The style could be perhaps one point to start off with.
I mean, I'm not sure we can generalize at all, of course. There are so many languages and so many literatures, and you'd imagine there are many styles within each literature of each language.
Right.
And you see, I think I can speak maybe more for Hindi and English, and I think I can, at least over there, see both tendencies towards a sharper, more finely honed, precise work, as well as a large, baggy, dense novel that tries to pack everything in. And I see that both in English and in Hindi as well. I mean, an example of the kind of really detail-rich, sensorial kind of work about a place that came out in English recently is Richard Joshi's book on Calcutta, right? The Great Eastern Hotel, which could compare very favorably with something like S. Harish's Moustache in Malayalam, which is set in Kerala, of course, and again, so deeply rooted in its space. So yeah, no, I mean, yeah, all of that to say, yeah, I'm not sure we can really generalize in that sort of fashion.
Yes, I do see both those categories as part of one larger literary ecosystem. There are dense books about cities written by, say, someone like Rohinton Mistry might write something about this, or even that go out and, for example, Devika Rege's Quarter Life does an excellent job of capturing both a city and its hinterland in, a very contemporary political context. So there are plenty of books in English that do this. There are plenty of books in our languages that do this. And the boundaries are not so sharply defined as well. So with Kannada, for example, I can say that a lot of our important Kannada writers tended to be professors of English. And Kannada style and Kannada form has it's been capacious enough to borrow from English. So, for example, there was a revolution in poetry that started in around 1920, I think, when B.M. Srikantaya published his translations of English poems. And meter changed, the idea of how rhyme is used changed, the content of poetry changed, and people took off from there. And this is, again, true of people who translated Greek plays, who, recently I was in Cochin for some sort of lit fest, and I was amazed to see the bookstall filled with Malayalam editions of world classics. So literature that is in Indian languages is not separate from other literature. It is, I think it was Susan Sontag who said, translation is a circulatory system of world literature. And that is very much ongoing. Work has been translated into our languages. Work continues to be translated out of those languages into English. In fact, one of the things that made me very happy about the first book I translated, Ghachar Gochar, was that my translation in turn went into many other languages of the world. Right. And because Vivek has been a huge fan of so many writers who write in other languages, and he read them in English, so it felt like some sort of circle has been completed. So I think, one, yes, it is part of an ongoing flow of literature, and I don't think we can discriminate with prejudice against any one of them, really. It's fine.
I'd like to make a generalization, though. Again, probably unfair, but in my experience, I've actually found that writers and serious readers in India from languages that are not English tend to actually be much, much more widely read across languages and spaces than writers in English here.
Which is also it's an interesting point, because most of my own reading and knowledge of translated literature actually came from meeting readers in Tamil who had read those works through Tamil translations. And within the English ecosystem, I think there's interest in translations, but it's definitely more of a burgeoning interest as opposed to something that's culturally entrenched in the reading community.
Can I give an example? I just thought of it. One of my favorite books translated from Kannada is Vadivasal, C.S. Chellappa, translated by Kalyan Raman. It's a beautiful book. It's a tiny book as well, so I think everyone should go and get a copy. So the story of this book is very interesting. It's set in that Jallikattu milieu, right? And it was inspired by Hemingway, writing about bullfighting in Spain. So Chellappa wrote about this, saying, we also have something similar. So I guess, though that imagery stayed with him, he wrote about it in Tamil. And Kalyan Raman, who had read Hemingway, then read it in Tamil and said, hey, I must translate this. So, these things go round and round.
Chellappa actually brought in, he was a reader of Hemingway, and he wanted to bring in Hemingway's style into Tamil, so that was another reason. So the theme as well as the style perhaps fit his sensibility. So, yeah.
Yeah, and also the subject matter became very Indian, right? There was this revenge theme in that book where, I won't give away the plot, but it's, but it becomes very Indian, right? It becomes like a masala film almost if you look at the central tension in the book.
The main drama is essentially Indian. It could be made into a masala film, like you said. It's got that dramatic heft. But then maybe a question follows from this. We talk about this literature translation as a circulatory system. With this, sudden flood, okay, I wouldn't maybe say a flood, but there's certainly been more translations than there were in the past. Has that, in some way or form or shape, influenced writing in English, contemporary writing in English? Maybe Rahul could weigh in, because you're probably reading a lot of contemporary manuscripts.
I think it might be too early to say that, but yeah, that is one of the hopes. And yeah, that's where my thoughts were heading as well when the two of you were speaking just now, which is that for me as a translator also, one of the primary enticements of the act of translation is precisely this, right? That we are able to kind of turn English to uses that it's maybe not been used for generally before, or kind of make it carry a different sort of emotion or expression than we are used to seeing, and therefore expand the scope of the language itself with it. But yeah, I don't know if that's quite percolated into Indian writing.
I sense that it has somehow, because one of the annoyances I used to have with books written in English was when the author perhaps was writing dialogue between two people who were speaking in a language that the author didn't know. Right. So, and if you knew the language, it just sort of killed it, right? I mean, if two people are speaking, so there was a very specific example I have in mind where it's a book set in Bombay where two characters are speaking in Hindi, and there's a pun that works only in English. So it could not possibly have happened in Hindi. And it just makes you doubt everything you are reading before and after when you get one of these wormholes into disbelief. And I think being able to read translations, this is very hard to do in translations. Even if the translation is clumsy, these kinds of conceptual slippages are harder to come across in translations. I do think I sense that these kinds of things are, that there's a kind of tendency to not go there now as much as there used to be. Because you don't have space in the mind for other languages existing. You don't have to think about language even. But now language is sort of making itself heard and present, and you see it. So I think, and I suspect there is a bit of an influence that's happening.
That'll be very interesting to see what directions this could take. Maybe very quickly I'll touch on the question that might be at the back of everyone's mind, because one of the reasons that literary translation has really taken center stage is because of the two international Booker wins that we've had in the past few years, and both of them went to translations, one from Hindi and one from Kannada. How do you see this? What does an international literary prize really mean? I'm sure it means something in terms of numbers, sales, but in terms of readership, in terms of what we consider Indian literature, in terms of what we acknowledge as good style, do these prizes really confer something on the works?
I don't know, I've never won an international award. But I think we can't control what book wins an award. And especially, there are so many factors, I think. So, and in India, I think a lot of non-readers end up buying these books because they get prominent coverage. And all the readers say, oh, why did they give this book an award when there are so many better books I can think of? So that seems to be the effect in India. But the non-readers are so many that it makes a huge difference to the book sales here.
Yeah, that it does. But I mean, apart from that, not really. And one of the reasons I think is the choice of books is so dependent on what gets published in the UK, right? It's not what we see out here. It's not what we'll see on the bookshelves over here. It is what some publisher in the UK has decided will fit their list of 5 books a year. They will make space for 1 book from India. And somehow this is the one that resonated with them. And so it gets published in the UK and becomes eligible for the prize and so on. Yeah, so what relevance it has over here except for the fact that, yeah, one lucky author gets, and translator has like 50,000 copies of that particular book sold. Yeah.
So I was kind of forced to think about what is the value of awards a couple of years ago because I was on the jury of an award. And the thing is, what happens inside a jury is that we had 5 jury members, and not everyone agrees about what is a good book. not everyone agrees about even the qualities that go towards making a good book. So I was outvoted routinely on books that I thought were great. And there's nothing much to be done about it. So in the end, you come up with the best that you can do as a group. So and that is just the nature of what awards are like. And what can make a difference is that it can promote a book. And if you have many awards, then different books get a chance to, have a spotlight shown on them, and hopefully that makes a difference at some level. So I don't think they really matter beyond that, except that author who might, all authors and translators need money, so it's always useful to win an award once in a while.
I wish there were more awards and all of us could get one. And
So let's give money to more writers and authors, and occasionally, hold up a book and say, look, this might be interesting, just check it out. Awards don't have much more relevance for me.
But what about the popular idea that, a big literary prize for translated literature puts the spotlight on translated literature? Oh, there are these other literatures that are being written in India other than English, really? So do you think that happens? Because people often say that it happens.
In my experience, not really. What it does is it makes publishers eager to kind of sign up more translations in the hope that, they might win next time. Except that, doesn't really work that way. And Indian publishers have zero control over what gets selected for the international booker, for instance.
Right.
Yeah, can I say something about this? So when Gachar Gochar, which I translated, was published in the US and then UK, there was actually newspaper coverage here saying that Kannada book goes international and all of that. So I think the way we've, the way languages work in India, the way there is a hierarchy, the way English is prioritized, the way in Karnataka, for example, many of us do feel that Hindi is forced upon us at times. So I think it becomes language is a hugely political thing, right now. And I think it makes a difference to when people see that their language is being celebrated somewhere else, and that, it's clear that people see the value in your language. It's like respecting, the person as well. Right. It's like respecting the speaker and the speakers and community as well. Right. So I do think it makes a bit of a difference. Not in a specific way. No individual goes, okay, this language is now, gaining ground in some other country, so now I'm going to be secure about my language. But I think in a very generalized way, it does go some way towards helping this issue.
Okay. I think my last question would be, what is the role of the translator in all this? I think we've sort of discussed historically how translations are gaining ground and what that means for the readership and what do prizes mean and all of that. What's the spirit with which the translator needs to act in this environment? Or how do you personally, what's your personal creed as a translator? Why do you translate?
Well, for me, it's really very simply, can I learn from, I think of myself as a writer in English, so it's just simply this. Can I, as a writer in English, learn or add to my skill set by translating or attempting to translate this work? Is it doing something that I would like to be able to do? And that's all there is. I don't really think about whether I want to publish or whether there's a reader at the end of this, really.
Yeah, a lot of it is personal for me. As I said, I had some sort of crisis of authenticity, and I thought that translating would be a way to address that. And I imagined that I would be reading a lot more in Kannada, that I would be doing all kinds of work, which hasn't happened actually. But that feeling has gone away somehow. And while I used to have a certain, self-generated suspicion of accessing literature in English, that too has gone away. And at some point I realized, I am an English writer too, so at some point I realized properly that it is possible to be fully human in English as well, even though it is not the language of my home or my place.
Wonderful. Maybe we have time for a couple of audience questions. Yeah. I don't know how this works, so I hope some volunteer can help me out here. Get a mic to them. And if somebody can cue me in on time, I think we have 2 minutes. Oh no, we have 5 minutes.
Hello. Yes, I wanted to ask, like, how do you, when translating a work, how would you decide when to stay literal or adapt, cultural nuances, and how much creative liberties can you take, especially when, idioms or certain, how do you say, like certain jokes or quips which would not be very easily translated into a different language? How would you know how much cultural license to take with that?
I have a very unsatisfactory answer to that, which is it depends.
Yeah, my answer is the same actually. It is very case by case. Because, see, when we're translating, there are two things you're doing. There are many things you're doing, but here are two that I want to talk about right now. One is anthropology, where you're describing to someone who's not exactly from that place or that linguistic community, how life is in that. So if you look at, say, Mahashweta Devi's first works that were translated by Spivak, she actually italicized the words that Mahashweta Devi used that were actually English, like bus or phone, things like that, right? They were italicized so that people know what that culture, what people speaking in that culture sound like to some extent. What are the English words and what has been translated from the original language. And the other is to see what the author of the original is trying to do. What is the story about? And is an idiom getting in the way or is it aiding that? And these are often at cross purposes, right? Because if I want to drop a really interesting sounding idiom in a suspense novel, it might distract from the suspense of the whole thing. So you do it on a case by case basis, really. And the toughest problems are those that you don't even see. I'll give you an example. There is a scene in one of the books I translated where there's a family, and most Indians who are familiar with this society know that this family, when they sit down for a meal, will sit on the floor and eat. And it was not mentioned explicitly anywhere in the book. And when this book went to the US, the editor edited this page assuming that they're sitting at a table. So when it came back, it made no sense to us. So, and those are really some of the hardest problems, where you don't know what you don't know.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Half question, half observation. I really enjoyed what both of you said about it depends. But there is this very classroom analytical thing to it. Like, I'd like to quote something from your own work that we once puzzled over in a translation class. Like, for instance, there's this phrase in Gachar Gochar where you say, the power went. And then we were like, is that intentional? Is he trying to say like where we say in Tamil power poiduchu, or kind of like, instead of saying the power failed, So we had this whole debate in a translation class about whether is he trying to say, oh, power went is no inferior to power failed and all of that. We had like a whole 20-minute discussion in our class. So I think all of those choices matter to all of us. And so I just want to say thank you for doing what you do.
No, thanks. And yeah, it is intentional in the sense that when I translate for an Indian audience, I am consciously, I think of it as a skill like acting almost. Am I telling the story to another bunch of people who also speak English? It's a very familiar world to me, and I would speak the same way. So, and this has led to a lot of criticism also. For example, I've said tea powder because in Kannada it is literally tea powder, not tea leaves. And there was some crusty UK guy who reviewed it saying, it's not powder, it's leaves, and these guys don't know English. So it happens. And things like, a compass box. Outside India, people don't know it's a geometry set. Or an iron box for the thing you iron clothes with. So I left these things in on purpose so that there's a sense of warmth and familiarity to Indians. And
Thank you. That was also a big, long-running debate we had in class. Thank you. And it was
actually vessels is the one that has been extremely controversial somehow. Vessels. I mean, Indian English vessel is a straightforward way of saying this, but it's like, is it a ship? Is it a what?
My God.
Do you think these choices somehow also expand the borders of English? Because that's something I like to think it does. In some way, we are kind of making the already capacious English language just a little more receiving of our...
Of course it does. I mean, it does bend the target language, and that is one of the uses of translation to this, yeah. And also, I think the way of thinking, right? That's another thing, not only the language, and of course languages encode certain ways of thinking which we're not always aware of. And in general, I think there's an inductive effect which we are not, maybe not even aware of, which kind of is transmitted into a translation, and then when someone reads that translation, it's transmitted back to them without any conscious realization. So I think there are these cultural force fields of sort which are transferred. And yeah, I mean, patterns of language and patterns of thought.
Yeah. And do you think that when a translation is edited, that it should be edited with sensitivity to these choices that the translator makes? Because there's proper English that the UK editor might want there versus the force field that's being created by the choice.
It should be, and as an editor, you're, I'd like to think, often able to tell whether this is a person who knows what they're doing, or whether this is some accidental kind of thing they've stumbled into. And so you try to edit accordingly, and it's a completely different process, as you know, right, when you're working with someone who knows what they're doing, and when, yeah.
Other questions? There's one. Oh, lots. The gentleman at the back, maybe we can start. You, yeah, that's you. Go ahead. Shout a bit louder, it's fine. Yes.
Or if you're good at catching.
I think there's been a long tradition of translations across Indian languages before English publishing became a thing. I mean, yeah, I'm not sure I can pull out anecdotes or sales figures on this, but I know, for instance, that a lot of, say, Bangla writers have been available in Hindi, in Gujarati. These are the languages that were read at my home. My mom would read them. Or from Punjabi into these languages. So there's been a healthy tradition of this. And like I said, I don't know the market size in these languages, but I know, for instance, that Malayalam is a huge readership. English completely pales in comparison to that. Hindi, on the other hand, would be comparable to the English market size overall, I'd imagine. Bangla, again, is a huge readership. Yeah.
Yeah, just to continue with this, I was invited to the book fair in Kolkata some years ago, and I was blown away by the scale of it. It is just enormous, and so many people buying so many books. Or our own Sahitya Sammelanas here, right? It is just the level of engagement and the number of people are, it just feels, more involved and more passionate than I have experienced in English, which is my language though, and I am partial to it for that reason. And which is why I wouldn't really attempt to, I would love to write in Kannada, but my best language for expressing myself at the present moment happens to be English. So, but I felt incredibly gratified when my book was translated into Marathi by someone. And I was really happy. There are parts of it have been translated into other languages, Italian and so on. But it was when a Marathi publisher said, I want to translate your book and I'll pay you a few thousand rupees if you don't mind. I was actually willing to pay them at that point, because it was this, again, that authenticity factor, which made me want to translate in the first place. I think that had something at play in it, that the stuff I'm producing can be of interest in an Indian language itself for such an enormous source of peace to me somehow.
Unfortunately, due to time constraints, we'll have to cut short the question session here, but please feel free to approach our panelists outside this session. I'd like to thank all of our panelists and our moderator today. As somebody who was listening to this discussion, a point that really stood out to me was like the experience of reconnecting to your roots through literature. I think at my age, most of my age demographic, and I speak for all of them, we're really trying to integrate like our culture into our identity. It's almost like we're rediscovering our culture, and music and books really call us back to our roots. And personally for me, as a Teluguite who can speak but not read her language, I came across this one book of 50 short Telugu stories, and by the end of the book, I just felt so seen. It was so nice to see stories of my people in my language come to me in a language that I was actually comfortable with, and that book is something I associate really close to my heart. And so I'm really grateful to also get to be a part of this event where it's all about translating. And to wrap this event up, I invite onto stage Dr. Aishwarya, Assistant Professor, Dlhs MAHE Bengaluru, to present a token of appreciation to our panelist today, Mr. Rahul Soni.
Thank you, Rahul. Thank you, Srinath. It was a lovely session. Thank you.